Chapter 730. After the Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor delivered the immortal stones, an invisible force left the monster race's territory. A smile appeared on the face of the demon emperor in the demon court, but he ignored him. Jiang Changkong, who was squatting there, felt the arrival of the power. He turned invisible and entered the chaos. 50,000 low-grade 7 immortal stones were equivalent to 5 million essence, energy, and spirit. Including the 4 million from before, it was already 9 million. The invisible force sent resources. Jiang Changkong extracted essence, energy, and spirit and improved in the chaos. Khanate chaotic Tao body reached perfection. Jiang Changkong's Khanate divine patterns, green light, and divine power also improved. The green light was like a dragon shuttling through his body. The Khanate divine patterns shone and suppressed the chaos. Where Jiang Changkong's divine power spread, the chaos had to be still, and the airflow stopped. The boundless power of chaos far exceeded the power of an immortal emperor. It was hard to shake. He also had a special feeling for the chaos. It was like the place where he was born. It was close, and he couldn't bear to leave. Wisps of chaos profundity and comprehension of laws surged into his mind. A few hours later, the green light retracted, the divine patterns retracted, and the divine power dissipated. Khanate chaotic Tao body successfully transformed. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal emperor, god emperor, 7 revolution mystic art, perfection, 1/32 million Khanate chaotic Tao body, perfection, 1/32 million golden crow immortal scripture, perfection, 4/4 million essence, energy, and spirit. 1045,700, feeling the power in his body. Jiang Changkong felt that he could easily kill the immortal slaying sect master with the reincarnation disc without using the sky-splitting art. With his current power, he didn't know if he could fight immortal venerable Guang Fa at the immortal emperor realm. The difference between each small realm was huge. The difference between the immortal venerable realm could be said to be even greater. Immortal venerable Guang Fa's strength was even more terrifying. After a moment of silence, Jiang Changkong used his divine power and formed an incarnation for the monster emperor to absorb. His main body didn't need to go over, so he shouldn't be discovered unless the monster emperor was watching him. He even suspected that the monster emperor knew something, but without evidence he couldn't be sure. After returning to the heaven realm, Jiang Changkong still did not show his face. He was very patient when it came to things like squatting. The immortal slaying sect didn't fall into chaos. Although the death of a sect leader caused grief for a few days, it didn't take long for a new sect leader to replace him. There was more than one immortal venerable. The death of an early-stage immortal venerable was not enough to make them panic. Jiang Changkong didn't expect that he would stay there for a month. Venerable Zhen Xian's treasure had already been made. It was a compass created by combining chaotic divine stones and the law of space. Its defense was very strong. Even ordinary immortal venerables would not be able to break it. In this 1 month, he had already dug out the ore veins. Including the one sent by the demon sovereign, it was not a small amount. Top 7th grade immortal stones, 256 pieces. High grade, 608 pieces. Medium grade, 1,260 pieces. Essence, chi, and spirit, 536, 800, only 30%. This vein was not bad, but it could not be considered a large vein. It could only be said that the quality was relatively high. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. The demon emperor had sent word that the heavenly emperor of the divine court had invited them to a banquet. It was said that they had found something in Mount Buzhou and encountered difficulties. They planned to gather their strength to overcome the difficulties together. This time, they did not inform Jiang Changkong. The people invited were the upper echelons of the 4 major factions and the 3 major immortal sects. It was obvious that Jiang Changkong was not qualified to participate at all. Jiang Changkong was not angry. This was his chance. The immortal venerables of the immortal slaying sect had left, leaving only a bunch of weak chickens. Even if there were immortal venerables left, they should not be too strong. The demon sovereign had already rushed over with the demon larch. He heard that the heavenly court's heavenly emperor had also gone. Should he go to the heavenly court? After thinking about it, he decided not to. The heavenly court was stronger. It was better to keep an eye on the immortal slaying sect first. After waiting for half an hour and confirming that everyone had left, Jiang Changkong appeared in front of the immortal slaying sect's barrier. He slammed his palm on the barrier. The barrier shattered, revealing a human-shaped hole. Jiang Changkong entered the hole and entered the immortal slaying sect's territory again. Who is it? The immortal slaying sect's immortal emperor had already sensed that the barrier was damaged. He arrived immediately with a murderous aura and vast immortal light. Someone who wants revenge. Jiang Changkong sneered and slammed his palm down. This time, he did not intend to hold back. Power that surpassed the immortal emperor. Vast divine power smashed the laws of the few immortal emperors. Rumble. A terrifying aura erupted. The power of an immortal venerable surged. That aura of supremacy spread out. Jiang Changkong, you are really courting death. A furious roar came from the immortal venerable aura. All of you will not survive today. The reincarnation plate appeared. 6 whirlpools appeared and sealed the void. 6 paths of reincarnation. The netherworld mighty power sealed the space. The netherworld heavenly eye between his brows shone with netherworld light. Boom! The immortal venerable aura exploded. Mournful wails rang out. The immortal venerable's methods could not save them. The immortal emperor aura dissipated and their life force was cut off. Jiang Changkong quickly kept the spatial equipment. This time he could not destroy them. These immortal emperors were not worth the protection of the late-stage and peak immortal venerables. The peak and extreme immortal venerables were basically comprehending the Saint Tao. The late-stage immortal venerables were also in seclusion. Ordinary immortal venerables were only in the early stage and mid-stage. Rumble. The immortal slaying sect's territory shook. A terrifying aura rose. Thousands of laws and endless immortal light paved a path. A figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Die. There were no unnecessary words. There was only anger and killing intent. Intruding into the immortal slaying sect's territory and killing immortal emperors was an unforgivable sin. The one who will die will only be you. The reincarnation plate floated behind him. It was supported by supreme might. The reincarnation Hades opened. Jiang Changkong pushed the divine force in his body to the limit and opened the chaotic golden body again. Boom! Dang! The fist collided with the immortal sword. This time, the low-grade immortal sword could not break through the defense. Monstrous divine might swept out. The immortal venerable was sent flying. The aura of supremacy was broken by the punch. Jiang Changkong crossed an endless distance in one step. He covered the sky with one palm and the reincarnation plate followed. Immortal slaying, God exterminating. The immortal venerable's expression changed. Jiang Changkong's combat strength far exceeded his imagination. The white light was dazzling. It cut through the sky and earth. Rumble. The power of the 6 Das of reincarnation palm descended, and the mighty power of the saint item was activated. The immortal slaying sect's territory was like the underworld, as the 6 Das descended into the world. The immortal sovereign's blood splattered everywhere. The peak grade 8 immortal artifact cracked. The immortal sovereign of the immortal slaying sect's body was full of cracks. Suddenly, Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. The celestial venerable expert's face lit up with joy, and he forcefully swallowed his blood. Die. The powerful immortal paragon of the immortal slaying sect was returning. He could sense that something was wrong with the sect. As long as the celestial sovereign of the immortal slaying sect could delay him for even a moment, Jiang Changkong would definitely die. But in the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. 6 das as one, sky-splitting. Jiang Changkong activated 6 paths as one again and used the sky-opening technique. Since the other party had returned so quickly, it was impossible for him to plunder resources. In that case, why would he care if it was broken or not? I'll just kill him directly. Rumble. Lightning surged in the sky, and the might of the heavens shone brilliantly. The heavenly Tao was paying attention. The move of opening the heavens had appeared in the heavenly realm. He, the heavenly Tao, was also very flustered. Rumble. The move of opening the heavens, the reincarnation plate descended. Even with the Mount Buzhou suppression, at this moment the void also cracked. Endless primal chaos chi surged. The early stage immortal venerables smile froze on his face. His divine body slowly dissipated and turned into ashes. Jiang Changkong directly escaped into the spatial crack, into the boundless primal chaos, and quickly fled. Chapter 731. With the might of the heavens gone, the incomplete heavenly Tao was such a tragedy. As long as one had the strength, they could escape into the chaos even if they angered the heavenly Tao. Kaboom! A majestic figure descended, and endless chaos surged as the powerful immortal lords of the immortal slaying sect returned. Soon, many more figures descended, all of them immortal lords. Is that Jiang Changkong? The remnant aura left all the immortal lords stunned. Even Lord Zhenxian was shocked. Didn't Jiang Changkong get the treasure and go to the chaos? Was he waiting here? Jiang Changkong, I will kill you. The immortal lords of the immortal slaying sect roared and directly charged into the chaos, feeling Jiang Changkong's aura and giving chase. The many immortal lords all charged into the chaos. Jiang Changkong's aura was very strong, and they pursued it in a frenzy. How did the immortal slaying sect and Jiang Changkong settle such a huge grudge? The immortal lords of the Penglai sect asked in confusion. Lord Zhenxian hesitated for a moment before saying, the immortal slaying sect set up a trap for Jiang Changkong in the chaos, and their last immortal lord was killed. Jiang Changkong could kill immortal lords? The immortal lords of the Penglai sect exclaimed. The other immortal lords were shocked too. Jiang Changkong's rate of growth was truly frightening. How long had it been? And yet he could slay an immortal lord. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of an early-stage immortal lord. Yes, although Jiang Changkong killed the previous sect master of the immortal slaying sect, there was still a mid-immortal venerate secretly making a move. If the reincarnation plate did not contain the Earth Sage's tricks, Jiang Changkong would have really died. Lord Zhenxian sighed. Old Taoist Zhenxian, did you shield Jiang Changkong and secretly inform him? The immortal lords of the immortal slaying sect asked coldly. Lord Zhenxian's expression was indifferent. You did not notice the chaos divine power in your sect's disciple, and you are blaming me? The immortal lords of the immortal slaying sect did a double take. They really did not notice it just now. Now that they thought about it, they did sense the chaos divine power in their sect's disciple. This guy had been planning this all along and had been waiting for an opportunity. Jiang Changkong has been keeping an eye on the immortal slaying sect? The divine court divine venerate was shocked. Isn't this too ruthless? Just because I schemed against you once, you want to find a chance to take revenge? How long had they been waiting? How long had it been since the last time he had schemed against her? The immortal lords of the Penglai sect flatly said, You lot are quite careless. You clearly schemed against them, and yet you dare to relax. The immortal sovereigns of the immortal slaying sect fell silent. Careless? Who could have imagined that Jiang Changkong would be so ferocious as to dare charge into the immortal slaying sect's territory and start a massacre? This time, there was going to be a change of sect leader. No, Jiang Changkong's aura has disappeared. The expression of the immortal venerate at the very front changed drastically. Jiang Changkong's aura had completely disappeared. Could it be that they were chasing in the wrong direction? The sage artifact might have concealed it. The immortal court's immortal paragon guessed. That is possible. Let us search nearby. Even if he has a sage artifact, he would not be faster than us. For powerful immortal paragons like them, Jiang Changkong's speed was pitifully slow. Even if he entered the chaos first, he would never be able to outrun them and be found. The immortal paragons searched, but found nothing in the empty chaos. Not even a strand of Jiang Changkong's hair could be found. Not even his shadow could be seen. Surprise appeared in the immortal paragon's eyes. How did Jiang Changkong do it? Even if he had a sage artifact, he should not be able to do that. Jiang Changkong had already slipped away while they were searching. Even immortal paragons would have a hard time noticing him fusing with the chaos. And with a sage artifact, they could only stare blindly. Jiang Changkong was even more certain that the immortal essences were related to the chaos. Back then, the immortal essences had also fused with the chaos and led him to find the way to open the netherworld. Not even Sun Wuxuan, a pinnacle immortal emperor, sensed it, and now he had slipped away right under the noses of the immortal paragons without them noticing. He still had 2 more chances. He was already immortal emperor pinnacle, and would soon reach immortal paragon. Would it be a waste if he didn't use it? It was not that he was too confident in himself, but that he had not vented his anger yet. He should not be left behind if he ran after one move. If he used it, then forget it. He should be able to save his life if he went deep into the chaos. If he didn't use it, then it would be for the best. It would be safer to enter the chaos. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong grabbed a handful of immortal emperor pills to recover. He had a lot of them. After eating dozens of them, Jiang Changkong's divine power was almost recovered. While they were still searching, he sneaked into the heavenly realm. He tore open the void and appeared in a place he had not been in for a long time. The heavenly god palace of justice. With the protection of the power of heaven, there was no dust. It was still empty. Jiang Changkong sighed with emotion. The door of the palace opened, and Jiang Changkong walked out. It was the southern heavenly gate. You are the heavenly god of justice. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the southern heavenly gate were slightly stunned. The heavenly god of justice was back? What the hell was going on? Wasn't he the leader of the itinerant cultivator alliance? Why did he suddenly come back? Hello, I'm back. I'll leave immediately. Jiang Changkong smiled and took out the reincarnation disc. 6 das as 1, sky-splitting technique. The terrifying power of sky-splitting blasted toward the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. This direction would definitely not be able to hurt Zilon and Yuxue. Rumble. The void was torn open, and the buildings of the heavenly court were collapsing. The power of heaven was dissipating, and the power of chaos surged into the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong entered the spatial rift and ran after firing a shot. The heavenly soldiers behind him were dumbfounded. Jiang Changkong did not affect them. But aren't you a little too terrifying? He fired a shot at the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. The entire heavenly court was enveloped in a terrifying might. It was as if an ancient existence had awakened and an ancient fiend god had descended. The immortals trembled. Wherever the power of sky-splitting passed, heaven immortals, immortal lords, and immortal kings were all turned into ashes. Doomsday had arrived. Terrified wails resounded throughout the heavenly court. The immortal kings guarding the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches peed their pants. Which madman was it that had broken in? The celestial arch was not here today. Seeing the power of sky-splitting approaching, the 2 immortal sovereigns appeared in time. The immortal Tao's supreme aura surged, and the immortal swords blocked the power of sky-splitting. Boom! The blood of the immortal sovereigns splattered. The 2 immortal sovereigns were sent flying at the same time, directly smashing into the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, creating 2 large holes. Quickly informed the celestial arch. Angry roars resounded. The two immortal sovereigns hurriedly rushed out of the cloudy palace of the golden arches, suppressing the scattered power of sky-splitting with their divine might. A gentle moonlight sprinkled down, and the air was frozen. The cold energy froze the remaining power of sky-splitting. Is the heavenly court dead? An immortal god looked at the frozen power in horror. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped. Nonsense, be careful that I kill you. In the cold palace, Yushui and Fairy Xylan looked outside in a daze. That power just now made them despair. Did they riot? Jiang Changkong is here, the moon goddess said coldly. He made a move. Heavenly God of Justice, do you really hate the heavenly court so much? Fairy Yushui lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. You also know that the current heavenly court and the current celestial darch are not suitable to be the only celestial darch, the moon goddess said coldly. No matter what they do your duty. In the future, no matter who becomes the celestial darch, you are the moon goddess, the moon goddess said coldly. Chapter 732. I don't want to be the moon god anymore, master. Fairy Yushui bit her lips. The moon goddess calmly said, I have no choice. Master, are you really unable to take back your position as an immortal? The moon goddess was silent for a while. She turned around and did not look at her. No. Her gaze pierced through the void and into the chaos. The position of the moon immortal no longer belonged to her, and she would never be the moon immortal again. With her help, the heavenly court's crisis was resolved. Although it did not destroy the numinous Sky King Palace, it caused the heavenly court to suffer heavy losses. The current heavenly Tao was incomplete, and the manifested heavenly court was not very sturdy. Immortal venerables could destroy it. The celestial darch returned very quickly. His expression was extremely gloomy as he passed on the news to the Empyreans searching in the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong, the faces of the immortal venerables of the heavenly court turned ashen. This bastard actually attacked the heavenly court. The immortal sovereign of the immortal slaying sect was also stunned. Heavenly court? Jiang Changkong's hatred for the heavenly court is really deep. The godly venerables of the divine court almost burst out laughing. The immortal court's immortal paragons guessed. Could the intermediate immortal paragon who schemed against Jiang Changkong be from your heavenly court? The heavenly court's immortal sovereigns didn't have time to talk nonsense with them and quickly left. At this time, the most important thing was to hurry back. The other celestial sovereigns didn't have the mood to search anymore. The other party had already gone to the celestial court for a while. They should go back and take a look. This sovereign will return to the immortal court first. We'll meet again next time. I'll return to the divine court first. Before leaving, the divinity from the divine court did not forget to remind them. By the way, immortal slaying sect, beware of Jiang Changkong's sudden attack. The immortal sovereigns of the immortal slaying sect, hurry back! One by one, the immortal venerables hurried back. Fortunately, Jiang Changkong did not come back. Immortal Venerable Punglai and Immortal Venerable Zhenxian walked together and said with a faint smile, Where will Jiang Changkong go next? What do you think? Venerable Zhenxian asked with a smile. The heaven realm can no longer accommodate him. He should have fled to the chaos space, Venerable Punglai said. Venerable Zhen, Xian nodded. The trouble this time is too big. Not to mention me. Even if you and the demon Larch join forces, we won't be able to protect them. I'm really surprised that the monster emperor would protect him. Do you know why? Venerable Punglai asked. Venerable Immortal Zhenxian shook his head. I don't know. There should be other plans. We don't know. Let's go. The remaining days will not be easy. Venerable Punglai sighed softly. After Jiang Changkong caused a ruckus, all the major powers in the heaven realm could no longer tolerate him. If they left him in the heaven realm, who knew when he would attack them? This guy's squatting ability was too ruthless, and he had enough patience. He had clearly returned to the heaven realm, yet he refused to show himself. Instead, he waited at the entrance of the immortal slaying sect for a month. In this world, who didn't have something to do, could it be that he had to bring the sect with him every time he went out, leaving one or a few powerful immortal venerables to guard the door at all times? Regardless of the situation in the heaven realm, Jiang Changkong had already used the jade tablet to take out the Chaos Bone Dragon. Standing on the back of the bone dragon and holding the Chaos Compass in his hand, he could clearly feel the location of the heaven realm. Goodbye, heaven realm. I, Jiang Changkong, will return. The immortal emperors of the immortal slaying sect were also poor. All the resources they had added up were only 230,000, which was really a disgrace to the major sections. In the celestial world, the monster emperor immediately took over Jiang Changkong's itinerant cultivator alliance. As for the territory, whoever wanted it could go there. The immortal slaying sect was furious and wanted to destroy Jiang Changkong's itinerant cultivator alliance. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. All the people inside had joined the monster emperor. Rays of light flashed, and the representatives of the various powers gathered in the Monster Emperor Palace. Monster Emperor, hand over everyone in the itinerant cultivator alliance. A cold voice sounded. Immortal Emperor Lu Cheng arrived. Previously, he was seriously injured by Jiang Changkong and had been recuperating. This time he escaped. Then it was the Heavenly Court's Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor, the Immortal Court's Zhu Tianshi, the Divine Court's Chu Hong, and the Monster Emperor Palace. The Monster Emperor's expression was indifferent. There is no itinerant cultivator alliance anymore. There are only the monsters under me. Lu Cheng's expression was cold. Monster Emperor, are you going to become enemies with us? The faces of the other 4 courts' representatives also darkened. The Monster Emperor smiled. Why are the Celestial Court and Celestial Court involved? Jiang Changkong didn't do anything to you. Jiang Changkong's actions are already unsettling, Xie Tianshi said solemnly. He didn't do anything to the Celestial Court now. But what if he had a sudden impulse and went to the Celestial Court one day? They had to think of a way to deal with or get rid of such restless people who could explode at any time. Aren't you finding trouble for yourselves by doing this? The Monster Emperor said. Jiang Changkong didn't want to do anything at first. Now that you've caused such a ruckus, won't he bear a grudge against you? Cut the crap. You have to hand over these people today, even if you don't want to. The Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor said forcefully. His expression was cold and his words were full of threats. Boom! A powerful immortal aura surged, and the Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor was sent flying. His immortal body cracked, and his immortal emperor blood splattered. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't expect the Monster Emperor to dare to directly attack. The Monster Emperor didn't move, but his aura that surpassed the limits of an immortal emperor enveloped the entire area. He controlled it very well. It wasn't at the immortal sovereign level, but it far surpassed them. Who gave you the courage to charge into the Monster Emperor Palace and threaten me? The Monster Emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. So what if I kill you today? Did you really dare to start a war? Monster Emperor, we are only targeting Jiang Changkong. We only want the rogue cultivator alliance. Lu Cheng's tone instantly softened. He only mustered his courage because the representatives of the 3 courts had arrived. As for the immortal slaying sect, they were indeed strong, but they were definitely not as strong as the monster court. Chu Hong and Xie Tianshi looked at each other, and their tones softened. Monster Emperor, we're not targeting the Monster Emperor or the Monster Court. We are only here for Jiang Changkong. I believe that even the Monster Emperor doesn't want anyone to jump out and attack the subordinates of the Monster Emperor, right? The Monster Emperor nodded. Jiang Changkong's actions are too much, but someone planned it first. Lu Cheng remained silent. The Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor walked in and didn't say a word. His face was terrifyingly dark. I am thinking of a question. So what if you capture the rogue Cultivator Alliance? The Monster Emperor said indifferently, "You want the shard of the Saint artifact? Then you have made the wrong decision. I have already taken care of it." This Monster Emperor was too fast. Before Jiang Changkong acted, he must have informed them. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered. "I only want to take revenge for the sect. I don't want the shard." "Revenge? You can't capture Jiang Changkong, so you want to take revenge on his subordinates. Immortal slaying sect is really promising," the Monster Emperor mocked. "Monster Emperor, it seems like you're not going to call them out no matter what," the Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor said in a low voice. The Monster Emperor didn't attack him this time and said indifferently, "I will give you Jiang Changkong's territory. As for Jiang Changkong's subordinates, there is a treasure exchange on Buzhou Mountain. How about it? One each?" Chu Hong's eyes lit up. The Monster Emperor almost smacked him to death. "You are here to rob us, right? I have been robbing you in the past. Now the tables have turned. There is only one. Whoever gets it will get it." The Monster Emperor said indifferently, "One is not enough. The demonic Beast Emperor really has a good idea. Is he treating us like fools? This concerns the treasure map. Take it or leave it." Chapter 733. You have news of the treasure map? The expressions of the four immortal emperors froze. The treasure map was related to the immortal spirits. If they could get the treasure map and get rid of the immortal spirits, would the power of heaven rewarded by the heavenly Tao allow them to reach the limit of immortal venerables and become sages? Even if they couldn't, just touching the sage level and becoming a half-sage would be enough to sweep the world. The news of the treasure map is in this map in my hand. Demon Emperor took out a map. It was the map of Shanlong Buzhou Mountain, was a little high up. His people had to get the treasure map and explore Buzhou Mountain at the same time. They were too busy, so he could only ask for their help. Looking at their expressions, they were obviously very interested. When they climbed up and found something, they would act according to the situation. "Just the news of the treasure map is probably not enough," Xie Tianchi said. The Demon Emperor laughed lightly. Everyone wanted more benefits. He understood, so he would also help. "How about this? I will send some immortal kings with you to search for the treasure map," Demon Emperor said. "How will we split it?" Earth Spirit Immortal Emperor asked. "We can't decide how to split it. Demon Emperor and the three heavenly emperors will discuss it," Demon Emperor said calmly. They didn't have the final say on how to split the treasure map. If he sent a group of immortal kings over, he would know immediately if there was anything. Will the immortal kings sent by Demon Emperor listen to our orders? Lu Cheng asked coldly. Demon Emperor sneered. "Since when did it become the demon race serving you? If you are in danger, let the demon race immortal kings take action. How many immortal kings do I have? Are they willing to die?" It was impossible for such a good thing to happen. He had many immortal kings under him, but he couldn't just send them to die. This is just a fair competition. Demon Emperor is not sincere at all, God Court Chu Hong said. Demon Emperor had an indifferent expression. "I am giving you a chance to compete. If you don't want it, you can leave." He was just curious about what was there. Was it the ancient dragon race's escape route? If these people wanted a foot after an inch, then sorry he wasn't an idiot. The four immortal emperors looked at one another and left. "We will go back and think about it. Goodbye." Demon Emperor waved his hand. These four were only representatives and could not make the decision. However, for the sake of the treasure map, he believed that the three Sky Emperors would compromise very soon. The demon, the Arch, did not participate in this matter, but the demon, Master Kuan Yu, came. He walked over with his head held high and was filled with arrogance. "Demon Sovereign, the Demon Sovereign has ordered you to hand over the information regarding the treasure map." The Demon Emperor looked at the Demon Master and suddenly felt like laughing. Sooner or later, this fool would be ruined by the Demon Emperor. He had already told the Monster Emperor about the treasure map. Now that Kuan Yu was here, he was putting on a show for the three courts. It wouldn't be long before Jin Yuan and Peng Lai arrived. The treasure map was related to the entire heaven realm. Demon Master, why doesn't the demon sovereign come personally? The demon sovereign said indifferently, the demon master hasn't learned his lesson yet. Kuan Yu's face twitched. He really wanted to admit defeat, but that wouldn't do. There were still immortal emperors from other forces outside. He had to show the boldness that a demon master should have. Demon Emperor. This is the order of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor demands that the Demon Emperor must hand over the information regarding the treasure map. Kuan Yu said coldly. This time, the Demon Arch had spoken. He had to get it. If the Demon Emperor dared to refuse, he would definitely enrage the Demon Emperor. I will give the Demon Master the specific information when the 3 courts agree, the Demon Emperor said flatly. Kuan Yu frowned. Demon Emperor, this matter is of great importance and must not be delayed. Being 1 step ahead means being 1 step ahead of the entire immortal realm. If they could get the treasure map first and purge the immortal essences, they would not just be 1 step ahead, they could even prove their Tao and become a saint, unifying the heaven realm. The information regarding the treasure map should be a fair competition, the Demon Emperor said coolly. I have agreed to it. That is the condition of the deal. Are you really going to drag the demon court down for the sake of Jiang Changkong's subordinates? Kuan Yu barked coldly. Demon Master, it's better that you back out than I throw you out. The Demon Emperor said coldly. I never said I wouldn't give it. Just you wait. You humph. Kuan Yu snorted angrily and turned to leave. He still did not dare to provoke the Demon Emperor. Soon, the 4 immortal emperors returned, along with the representatives of Jinyuan and the Penglai sect. Demon Emperor, we agree. Give us the map, Xie Tianshi said. The Demon Emperor threw the map over with a wave of his hand. The immortal emperors each made a copy, with Xie Tianshi frowning. Demon Emperor, it doesn't seem to have a specific location. The map that Shinran had given him did not have a specific location, and only had a single route. The Demon Emperor said coolly, I would have sent someone to retrieve it if everything was clear. Only then did the others say nothing else, and left with the treasure map. Kuan Yu had gotten a copy as well, and left angrily, very dissatisfied. The Demon Emperor had also moved the Demon King Palace outside the barrier of Mount Buzhou, and the other factions would do the same. If they obtained the treasure map, they would hold it in their hands at once. Mount Buzhou was a mysterious place. Sun Wuxing and the others were already on their way to search for the treasure map. Sun Li, Sun Qing, and the North Demon were following him to search for the treasure map. Another group of people were searching for Shenren's map. The Demon Emperor remained silent in the Demon King Palace, sensing that his true form had left the celestial realm. He had to think of a way to receive his true form in the chaos as well. If he could find a chaotic beast, he would bring it back to the celestial realm to deal with it. It would be too much of a loss to kill it in the chaos. This choice was a little difficult. He did not have many top combat power in his hands. Only Sun Wuxuan. The bone dragon tore through the chaos and quickly left. Jiang Changkong traveled through the vast chaos, using the chaos compass to maintain contact with his secondary body. The chaos bone dragon was extremely fast. Even Jiang Changkong did not dare to say that he could catch up to it in the chaos. Fortunately, Venerable Zhen Xian's jade token could control the bone dragon. Just like that, 5 days passed. An invisible ripple spread out, and a strong fragrance came from the chaos. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. He had never smelled this fragrance before, and his mind was clear. The bone dragon tore through the chaos, and the fragrance became stronger and stronger. His mind became more and more peaceful, and his mind became clearer. A pure white flower took root in the chaos, swaying gently and releasing a faint white light. A powerful aura fluctuated, and the pure white flower bloomed. Milky white light spread out, interweaving to form a world of light beside the flower. Jiang Changkong did not recognize this flower. He came in front of the flower and felt the white light. The fluctuation of this pure white flower was not inferior to an ordinary peak immortal emperor. An immortal emperor level chaos flower? Jiang Changkong grabbed the flower and uprooted it. Immediately, the bone dragon roared, and endless white light engulfed Jiang Changkong. Everything in front of him changed. In a space, lush flowers and divine trees towered into the sky. Rich connate spirit chi floated in this world. Huge footprints appeared on the ground, and divine mountains were cut off by an inexplicable force. With a thought, Jiang Changkong swept his chaos divine power. This was an incomplete, small world. There was no aura of living beings, and the connate spirit chi was quickly dissipating. Why did the chaos bone dragon bring him here? Chapter 734. These footprints should be the footprints of a dragon. Jiang Changkong looked at the chaos bone dragon's claws and compared them to the footprints on the ground. If there was flesh and blood, it should be similar. His divine power entered the ground, and Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power spread. The white flower in his hand swallowed his chaos divine power and slowly converted it into connate spirit chi. This thing is used to convert connate spirit chi? Jiang Changkong was stunned. His divine power fluctuated and information came from underground. After putting away the bone dragon, Jiang Changkong went underground. In the underground space, there was a passageway with countless immortals engraved on the walls. These are the 12 witches. Jiang Changkong looked at the murals and walked forward. According to the contents of the murals, Hoodoo had once brought the remaining magi here. He had opened up this small world with the 5 styles of sky splitting. At that time, this small world was complete. Other than the magi, there were other immortals. They lived here and used the white flower to convert chaos chi into connate spirit chi. The ancient immortals cultivated, improved, and discussed the Tao here. One by one, the immortals broke through and became immortal supremacies. Jiang Changkong even saw a familiar immortal, the moon goddess. According to the murals, the moon goddess should have touched the primordial chaos realm. He was not sure if she had reached Tao validation in the end. As he continued walking forward, there were more claw marks on the wall, destroying the murals. An arm appeared in his line of sight. The arm emitted a monstrous, murderous aura and terrifying blood chi. Even he was surprised. When this person was alive, his physique was definitely not weaker than his current physique. Ancient magi? Jiang Changkong picked up the arm. This person should be an immortal supremacy of the magi race. However, why was there only one arm? As he continued walking forward, the contents of the murals were completely destroyed by the claw marks and could not be seen clearly. More broken limbs appeared. Some contained terrifying immortal power, while others contained monstrous blood chi and murderous aura. There were magi and immortal corpses. Many ancient immortals who lived here had died. Jiang Changkong continued forward. There were more and more broken limbs, and his aura became stronger. The pressure emanating from a single head was enough to make him feel apprehensive. He was at least a late-stage immortal venerable. Even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to give him so much pressure with just a head. Furthermore, no one knew how many years had passed, but he was still so mighty. He must have been an extremely powerful person when he was alive. There was a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the immortal venerate's head. It looked like he had been killed by a finger. Jiang Changkong touched the wound with his finger. The bloody hole felt more like a human finger. Puzzled, he could only continue forward. If it was done by the Chaos Dragon race, the Chaos Beasts should not have intelligence. It was impossible for them to turn into humans and pierce through an immortal venerate's head. Moreover, these corpses did not have any spatial equipment. Someone must have dug them away. Quickening his pace, Jiang Changkong arrived at the end of the passageway. It was a space about 100 meters wide and 5 meters high. The surrounding walls should have been flat before, but they were also damaged by the claw marks. Incomplete corpses were piled up in this space. The wound seemed to have been chewed on by something. Buzz. A strange energy fluctuation, very weak, very special. Jiang Changkong couldn't see this power. He could only sense that his divine power was slowly coming into contact with it. Everything in front of him changed. Figures appeared all around him. They were immortals with extremely powerful auras. They were walking in the passageway. Some walked in and some walked out. Jiang Changkong watched silently. These people were all illusions. Some of these immortals sat cross-legged and cultivated here. Some used treasures to comprehend the laws. Until one day, these immortals all rushed out. Danger descended. The terrifying Chaos Dragon race charged into the world. And among these Chaos Dragons, there were also humanoid creatures. They had intelligence and commanded the Chaos Dragons. The violent and mindless Chaos Dragons who only knew how to kill were as obedient as pets they reared. The Chaos Dragons tore apart the bodies of the mortals and devoured their flesh and blood. Those humanoid creatures took away the treasures and began to command the Chaos Dragons to destroy the murals here. They destroyed the small world and slaughtered the immortals. Under the siege of the powerful Chaos Dragons, even the immortal venerates could only die with grievances. In the end, the strongest immortal venerate here hid something in the soil under him. Jiang Changkong watched all of this silently. It wasn't until the last immortal died and the humanoid creatures collected all the resources that everything disappeared. The special power also disappeared. This should be the power of time that recorded that battle. Did the tributary of the river of time happen to pass by here during the battle? Was that why the Chaos Bone Dragon came here? Was this Bone Dragon a participant back then? The immortals here, Jiang Changkong, didn't see the Moon God. The Moon God's main body was still alive and had already left. In that case, did the Chaos Dragons come when Hutu and the others weren't around? Dragging a corpse away, Jiang Changkong looked at the ground. It was still very intact. He didn't know if the thing he buried had been taken away. He dug up the ground. There was soil inside. Jiang Changkong's divine power continued to seep in. When he was about 3 meters deep, Jiang Changkong dug out something. It was a jade strip the size of a thumb. He infused his divine power, and information surged into his mind. They were the ones who provoked the Chaos Dragons. Jiang Changkong was stunned. It was the immortals here who provoked the Chaos Dragons first. These immortals were ancient descendants. They had been taught by the ancient immortals and were extremely powerful. The strongest was a peak immortal venerate, but they had not comprehended the primordial chaos realm. They had lived in this small world their entire lives, waiting for the ancient immortals to receive them. When Hutu returned, did she take them with her? Jiang Changkong found it strange. In the end, Hutu returned and saw that they were all dead. The descendants of the ancient immortals discovered humanoid creatures in the Chaos Bell. They still had intelligence and were spying on them. Therefore, they decided to strike first and capture a few. These creatures called themselves immortals. Upon seeing this, Jiang Changkong couldn't help but be shocked. Immortals indeed originated from the chaos. After that, the immortals figured out their strength and directly commanded the Chaos Dragons to besiege them. In the end, the world was destroyed and the immortals were slaughtered. Even a peak immortal venerate could not save the world and eventually died. The Chaos Dragons were extremely powerful. The strength of the immortals was extremely terrifying. Previously, they were only spying and did not attack because they were afraid that the saint was still around. After knowing that the saint was not around, they began to attack. The immortals took away everything. This jade strip stored a remnant thought and recorded the information from back then. There was also a portion of connate spirit stones. This jade token was a storage equipment and also a symbol of status. If the descendants of the ancient immortals encountered them back then, this jade token would sense them. However, Jiang Changkong felt that there might not be any reaction. Since the immortals could destroy them, they clearly would not let the other descendants of the immortals off. Back then, The ancient immortals opened up many small worlds in the chaos in order to escape the control of the heavenly Tao and cultivate alone to accumulate strength. The immortals should have been born a long time ago. They did not appear after the ancient immortals left. Chapter 735. After digesting the information, Jiang Changkong took out the Khanate spirit stones. They were all of very high quality. After all, they were peak immortal venerables and were the strongest here. Top, grade 8 spirit stones, 10. High grade, 25. Middle grade, 80. Low grade, 130. Top, grade 7 spirit stones, 560. High grade, 1,200. Middle grade, none. Essence, energy, and spirit, 929,000. This was considered a free harvest. Jiang Changkong was already satisfied with this harvest. The immortal spirits should have been here a long time ago. They only dared to show themselves after the ancient immortals left. Jiang Changkong left this place. This broken small world was no longer valuable. He had already collected the flower that could convert Khanate spirit chi. If the Khanate spirit chi here dissipated, it would collapse and be assimilated by the chaos. Even if he did not collect the flower, this place would not be able to last for long. The world was broken, and the Khanate spirit chi could not be preserved. The pure white flower could not make ends meet. It could only last until now because of its previous foundation. After leaving the broken world, Jiang Changkong took out the bone dragon and continued on his way. His essence, energy, and spirit were less than 3 million. He was still far from becoming an immortal venerable. In the chaos divine stones would occasionally fly over and be caught by him. Only then did Jiang Changkong think of a problem. Back then, when the immortal slaying sect schemed against him, did they already know about it, or did they hide it? How did they confirm that the chaos divine stone was there? Did the immortal spirits provide the information? Now that the immortal spirits were still hiding in the heavenly realm, it would not be easy to find them. The chaos bone dragon quickly traveled further and further away from the heavenly realm. Far away in the heavenly realm, the situation on Mount Buzhou was still the same. Time flew. To the immortals of the heavenly realm, time was the least valuable. Many immortal kings died on Mount Buzhou, triggering the immortal array. Some immortal kings did not even have time to react and were turned into flesh and blood. Mount Buzhou was like a demonic mountain that devoured the flesh and blood of immortals and disappeared into the mountain. The immortal kings searched carefully. A month passed. In this month, there were immortal kings who died. There were also immortal kings who obtained fortuitous opportunities and improved rapidly. For example, Sun Li, who was a peak immortal king, obtained some fortuitous opportunities during the treasure hunt and directly became an immortal emperor. Then he was thrown out by Mount Buzhou. He stood outside the barrier with a blank expression. North Devil had also become an extreme limit immortal king, while Sun Qing had also comprehended the immortal emperor realm. It was just that he had yet to break through. Sun Wuxing suppressed his strength and didn't break through. The spirit demon emperor looked at Sun Li and asked for the fragment of the Panga banner. "You broke through too early." Sun Li's face was filled with shame. Demon sovereign, this subordinate didn't want it either. It's just that the feeling came, and I couldn't help it. He didn't want to break through, but he suddenly comprehended it. There were many materials on Mount Buzhou. Back then, he had found a treasured land filled with innate spiritual liquid, and as a result he had transformed. He couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Forget it. You should focus on your cultivation in the future. The demon emperor sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want Sun Li to break through, but if he did, Buzhou Mountain would have one less general. The resources inside were not fated to be with Sun Li. Sun Li stood below and said respectfully, "Don't worry, demon sovereign. Sun Qing and North Devil are still inside. They will definitely bring back the treasures. Tell me, where are we now?" The demon emperor said lightly, "Yes, Sun Li replied and used his god power to form a map. When I came back, I was here. We're very close to the treasure map, and I felt a special aura. What aura? The demon emperor asked. It's similar to the holy aura of a saint artifact. Sun Li said respectfully. Saint artifact? It seems like we are close to the treasure. The demon emperor's expression turned serious. To be able to envelop the heaven realm and search for information about celestial spirits, it must be a saint artifact. The holy aura has appeared. Soon, we will be able to get the saint artifact. At that time, the demon emperor will definitely be blessed by the heavenly Tao and even comprehend the saint Tao. Sun Li started to suck up to him. The demon emperor waved his hand. He wasn't even a celestial venerable yet. How could he comprehend the saint Tao? If he could comprehend the saint Tao, then he would definitely have accumulated enough essence, energy, and spirit. Demon Emperor, there's news from Mount Buzhou. Sun Yuan walked in and said respectfully, What is it? The Demon Emperor asked. Sun Yuan said solemnly, The team that the Demon Emperor sent out has returned. They climbed the mountain with the other forces, and they saw the projection and felt the dragon aura. Projection, dragon aura? The Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. Yes, the projections are all dragon eggs, and they haven't hatched yet. But even if they are projections, the dragon aura is still very strong. They guess that there might be a pile of dragon eggs up there, but they are not sure of the exact number. They saw about 100 this time. Sun Yuan replied, The heavenly court plans to invite the East Sea Dragon King to ascend Mount Buzhou. The East Sea Dragon King went to Mount Buzhou. The Demon Emperor said solemnly, Continue to pay attention to this matter. Once there is news, report back immediately. Yes. Sun Yuan left respectfully. Dragon eggs? The 1,000 dragon eggs? Hutu placed all the dragon eggs on Mount Buzhou. Was she protecting them or something else? Just the projection alone had a strong dragon aura. Those dragon eggs should be good. If they hatched, if Hutu wanted to nurture dragon eggs after so many years on Mount Buzhou, there would probably be 1,000 strong true dragons, the 12 witch trees, the 10 demon martial stones, and now there were dragon eggs. Would the other species such as Phoenix and Qilin be on there too? What about the sorcerer race that had disappeared long ago? Hutu wouldn't just watch the sorcerer race perish. Should he make a trip to the North Sea to meet the demon ancestor? He would use an incarnation. Back then, the heavenly emperor had sought out the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor definitely knew a lot. As for the demon Tharch, forget it. After all, he belonged to the demon race. Besides, he didn't know if the demon Thearka's power had dissipated. Much of his divine power was left in the immortal world's East Sea. Although it wasn't strong, it should be enough to meet the demon ancestor. With that thought in mind, he merged his divine power and sent an incarnation to the North Sea. The heavenly court didn't notice him. He came to the North Sea and entered directly. Black demonic aura appeared and dragged him to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The demon ancestor was still sitting there, looking at him in boredom. Did you find something? Or have you become an immortal supremacy? Neither, the incarnation said indifferently. Then why are you here? The demon ancestor rolled his eyes and said unhappily, To ask about Mount Buzhou. Since the demon ancestor wants me to become an immortal supremacy, I came to unseal him. Why didn't you give me some help? Wouldn't it be better for me to become an immortal supremacy faster? The incarnation said with a hint of dissatisfaction. He couldn't even use his demon spear shard. The demon ancestor pointed at himself. What do you think I can help you with now? You definitely know about the information about Mount Buzhou. I believe you also know about the immortal essences back then. The incarnation said solemnly, I don't need you to tell me everything. Just give me some information about resources, and I'll go get them. You little brat, dream on. The demon ancestor sneered. I can only give you a hint. Please tell me, demon ancestor. The incarnation hurriedly said. If the immortal emperor wants to enter Mount Bujo, he has to clear the immortal essences first. The demon ancestor said indifferently, "Take it as an advance notice. After getting the item and clearing the immortal essences, Mount Bujo will release a portion of the restrictions. I'm about to get the treasure map." Demon ancestor, what kind of hint is that? The incarnation frowned. Does the method to collect and control it count? The demon ancestor said coldly. Chapter 736. Brat, you're still playing tricks with me by sending your incarnation here? Are you worried that I will leave your main body behind? I don't have the ability for now. There's no need to doubt me. The demon ancestor's expression was very cold. The incarnation smiled faintly. Demon ancestor, you must be joking. My main body has been forced to flee into the chaos. I don't think I can come. The demon ancestor snorted coldly and did not speak. A beam of black light entered his glabella and passed the method to control the treasure map to the incarnation. The incarnation then passed it to the demon emperor. The demon ancestor said coldly, "Complete the mission I gave you as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will never help you again." Demon ancestor, don't worry. I will complete it. The incarnation dissipated. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, the demon emperor continued to sit on the dragon throne in boredom. In the demon emperor palace, the demon emperor passed the method to collect the treasure map to Sun Yuan and Sun Wuxing. He checked the information of the treasure map in his mind. Without the corresponding collection method, even a peak immortal venerate would find it difficult to subdue the treasure map and use it. Oh, the demon emperor suddenly frowned. His main body had encountered a situation. After a month of traveling, they had already entered deep into the chaos. The jade strip he obtained was shining. Could there be descendants of ancient immortals here? Or who obtained the jade strip? Jiang Changkong's divine power spread out, and the Chaos Bone Dragon was already put away. If the descendants of ancient immortals had not died back then, Hoodoo would have taken them away. In this chaos, it was more likely to meet immortal spirits. The jade strip shone with light, guiding the way. Jiang Changkong quickly rushed over, his figure merging into the chaos, making it hard for others to detect him. Two figures, one male and one female, surrounded by vast immortal light, the might of a superior god enveloping the chaos. Peak immortal emperor. The man had a jade strip in his hand that was shining with light, guiding him. Buzz. The gray chaos parted, and a jade strip flew over, but there was no figure. Why is there only jade? The two grabbed the jade strip with puzzled expressions. Immortal power fluctuations swept the surroundings, but they could not find any living aura. Could it be that they were scattered in the chaos and we coincidentally encountered them? The woman pondered. The man shook his head. That should not be possible. The nearby area has long been cleared. If there was an incomplete world, it would not be able to resist the assimilation of the chaos. The immortal light was like a sword, piercing through the chaos and attacking indiscriminately. Ding! A sword ray dissipated, and Jiang Changkong's figure appeared. "Sir, where did you come from?" Their expressions turned serious, and the immortal swords in their hands shone with immortal light. "Why do you have this piece of jade?" Jiang Changkong stared at them. "Who are you? Fairy spirits? Are you from the heaven realm? Or are you a descendant of an ancient immortal god?" The woman frowned. "We are not immortal spirits, but descendants of an ancient immortal god. Whether it's a celestial spirit or not, we'll know once we test it." Jiang Changkong pressed his right palm into the void, and chaos divine energy rippled out. Their expressions changed, and their immortal light surged. Boom! Their bodies cracked apart as the two figures broke through the primal chaos at the same time. The blood of immortal emperors sprinkled down. His bones were broken, and his aura was weak. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. There was no power of heaven dissipating, but the heavenly tones could not be used in the chaos space, so there was no way to determine if they were celestial spirits or not. "You're the celestial spirit." The man's face was deathly pale, and his breathing was weak. Jiang Changkong's figure flashed, and he fed 2 pills to them. "Jiang Changkong, heavenly god of justice of the heaven realm." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Heavenly god of justice? The position of an ancient, immortal god, Yang Erlang?" The 2 of them were shocked. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "You claim to be descendants of an ancient, immortal god. How do you prove that? How do you want to prove it?" The woman's voice was cold. "We are in the chaos all year round, fighting with immortal spirits. How do you prove your identity? The heavenly book of justice and the heavenly eye are the best proof," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The woman looked at the blank heavenly book, and the heavenly eye fell silent. After recovering from his injuries, the man stood up. "Descendants of an ancient, immortal god, Li Qing of the Li family, greets the heavenly god of justice." "The Li family?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "That's right. This is my younger sister, Li Xiu. We are descendants of the pagoda-bearing, heavenly king, Li Jing." There was a hint of pride on Li Qing's face as he said this. Jiang Changkong's eyes flashed. "Then, do you know about Lady Earth?" "Of course," Li Xiu said with a look of admiration. "Back then, Sage Lady Earth defeated the immortal spirits and almost killed them all. It was also because of Sage Lady Earth that she was able to defeat the immortal spirits and save us, the descendants of an ancient, immortal god." "Then why didn't you leave?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Sage Lady Earth didn't take us with her. The place where the ancient, immortal gods went was too dangerous. Even sages couldn't guarantee their own safety." Li Qing sighed. "So, we stayed behind to guard the chaos and exterminate the remaining immortal spirits." Jiang Changkong pondered over their words. There was some possibility of it being true. Of course, there was an 80% chance that this information was true. It was about the same as what he knew. "Heavenly god of justice, why did you come to the chaos instead of protecting the heavenly laws of the heaven realm?" Li Xiu asked. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "I came to find the route that the ancient immortal gods took and investigate the immortal spirits. Since you exterminated the immortal spirits, why are they rampant now? Did the immortal spirits seem to have been besieged? Hoodoo had almost killed them all. If what these 2 said was true, with the strength of the descendants of the ancient immortal gods, shouldn't it be very easy to exterminate the remaining immortal spirits? But now the immortal spirits were so rampant that they had infiltrated the heaven realm. Immortal spirits. Sage Lady Earth did kill almost all the immortal spirits, but the immortal spirits were very strange. Once Sage Lady Earth left, his strength suddenly increased. Li Qing said solemnly, "The strengthening of the immortal spirits caught us off guard. After that, their numbers increased even more crazily." Jiang Changkong frowned. "How much do you know about the immortal spirits?" "We only know that the immortal spirits are related to the chaos beasts. They can control the chaos beasts to fight. This is also the reason why we couldn't kill all the immortal spirits all these years. According to them, the immortal spirits and the chaos beasts were like herdsmen herding in the chaos. Originally, most of them were killed by Hutu. But once Huda left, the number of immortal spirits increased. They suspected that Hutu did not find the nest of the immortal spirits, and those immortal spirits were only temporarily hiding. This made it difficult for the descendants of the ancient immortal gods. They could only resist here. Over the years, the descendants of the ancient immortal gods continued to fall, and their strength was greatly reduced. They had already gone into hiding and could only carefully hunt the chaos beasts. "Why didn't you return to the heaven realm?" Jiang Changkong asked. Li Qing said, "We can't." Sage Lady Earth said that our ancestors had completely left the heaven realm and could not disturb the peace of the heaven realm. Also, Sage Lady Earth said that when our ancestors had established a foothold and developed, they would come to take us. Oh, then where did they go? Even the ancient immortal gods couldn't establish a foothold in a short time? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. I'm not sure. No information has been passed down. Li Xiu shook her head and guessed, it should be a more powerful world. Li Qing invited, Heavenly God of Justice, why don't you come to our place? Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and smiled. All right, thank you. Chapter 737. The Ancient Immortal God, the Descendant of Li Jing. A pagoda appeared in Li Qing's hand, completely made of chaos gems. With the immortal array runes, even a peak immortal emperor wouldn't be able to escape if he entered. Only an immortal reverent could break free. Jiang Changkong played with it for a while before returning it to him. This thing couldn't trap him. It could be considered as proof of Li Qing's identity, a pagoda. Li Xiu also had a pagoda in her hand. She said, ferocious beasts of the primal chaos often appear in this area. Heavenly God of Justice, you have to be careful when traveling alone. Thanks for the reminder. It shouldn't be too strong, right? Jiang Changkong said. Even 2 pinnacle immortal emperors dared to come out, so they shouldn't be a threat to him. The Heavenly God of Justice is very powerful, so there shouldn't be any problems, but it's better to be careful. Li Qing reminded, celestial spirits appear and disappear mysteriously. No one knows if they will appear or not. Jiang Changkong did not continue this topic. Instead, he asked, apart from you, are there any other descendants? None nearby. Only us 2 siblings live here. Li Qing explained, in this primal chaos, sticking together is the most dangerous. We usually split up. Aren't you afraid that they'll attack us one by one? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. The immortal spirits are far stronger than us. We can only scatter. If we gather together and get discovered, we'll be finished. The 2 of them had serious expressions as they brought him to a palace. The palace was made of chaos divine stones. There were 4 rooms and 4 stone beds inside. Occasionally, friends will come over and stay for a period of time. So I prepared 2 extra rooms. Li Qing pointed at the room and asked him to pick one. Jiang Changkong took a look. The 2 rooms were the same size and there was only a stone bed inside. After randomly choosing one, Jiang Changkong sat for a moment before walking out again. The 3 of them sat together and chatted. There was no immortal tea. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment, then took out some chaos beast meat, roasted it and sliced it. There was also immortal wine, which he had hidden in his spatial equipment after killing the immortal emperor. They were all top-notch immortal wines that ordinary immortal emperors wouldn't be able to drink. When the 2 of them saw the vicious beast meat, their eyes flickered. Jiang Changkong didn't seem to notice. Come, have a taste of the immortal world's fine wine. You've always been in the primal chaos, so you definitely haven't tasted it before. Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice. A hint of excitement flashed across their faces. They took out their wine cups and poured a cup for each of them. The 2 of them downed the wine at the same time. Good wine. The 2 of them praised, their faces blushing. Even an immortal emperor would be drunk from this top-notch immortal wine. There's wine and meat. Only immortals can live a good life. Try it. This is the meat of a peak stage immortal emperor beast. Jiang Changkong pushed the vicious beast meat over and ate a piece himself. Okay. The 2 of them picked up the vicious beast meat and slowly put it into their mouths. Jiang Changkong only cared about pouring wine for them. He didn't seem to care whether they ate or not. The 2 of them swallowed, and a wave of immortal energy fluctuated. It was very weak. This wine is really not bad. Just a single mouthful is enough to allow us to improve a bit, the 2 said. Jiang Changkong smiled. Of course. In the heavenly realm, this is a top-notch immortal wine. Many peak stage immortal emperors can't even taste it. Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice. The 2 of them smiled and raised their cups. There's enough wine and meat. Drink to your heart's content, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. His divine power had already spread out and was hidden in their bodies. Every time the two of them drank a piece of meat, their immortal energy would fluctuate slightly, refining the medicinal power of the immortal wine. Who are you trying to fool? No matter how powerful this immortal wine is, you are still two peak stage immortal emperors. Do you need to circulate your immortal energy to refine every mouthful? Jiang Changkong fused his divine power into the nearby chaos. He wanted to see what these two so-called ancient descendants were up to. As they drank and ate, he asked them about immortal spirits and the nearby chaotic beasts. What kind of ferocious beasts are there nearby? Jiang Changkong asked. There's everything. Sometimes there's a chaotic phoenix. Sometimes there's a chaotic dragon. The two of them weren't very interested in talking about these things. There were many types of chaotic beasts, and they couldn't describe them all at once. However, Jiang Changkong kept asking these questions. The two of them didn't dare to be impatient. The difference in strength was too big. They didn't reveal too much about the immortal spirits. In the end, they already knew about them. For example, they were herding in the chaos and controlling chaotic beasts. However, they didn't know the exact origin of the immortal spirits, where they came from and how they were born. Whenever they encountered difficult questions, they would blame it on Hutu. Hutu didn't leave behind any information, or it was lost. The three of them chatted for a long time, for 3 days and 3 nights. Then they began to discuss the Tao again. They talked about their understanding of the immortal Tao laws. Jiang Changkong readily agreed and expressed his desire to understand the ancient Tao of the immortals and gods. Another 6 days passed, and the Tao discussion was still ongoing. Jiang Changkong would take out chaotic beasts every day and let them taste them. He would even change the species. The faint fluctuations that the two of them had at the beginning were hidden better and better. Although Jiang Changkong wanted to search their souls, he was worried that there were restrictions in their divine souls. It wasn't easy for him to meet two that he could communicate with. Of course, he had to understand them well. If he wanted to stall for time, he would give them time. He also needed time to explore the surroundings. The chaotic divine power had already spread for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but he hadn't discovered anything yet. Another day passed. The three of them stopped. Li Qing cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, Heavenly God of Justice. I have really benefited a lot. Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice. Li Xiu also said respectfully. I have also benefited a lot. There's no need to be so polite. Jiang Changkong smiled. He had already sensed it with his divine power. A chaotic beast, an early-stage immortal, venerable, chaotic dragon. The chaotic skeletal dragon didn't come here randomly. This should also be the path of the river of time. The chaotic dragon quickly shuttled over, but Jiang Changkong didn't seem to notice it. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar broke through the chaos, and a majestic dragon might press down. The siblings' expressions changed. It's a chaotic dragon. I can have a sumptuous meal for a change of taste, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Heavenly God of Justice, this dragon might has probably surpassed an immortal emperor. Let's retreat first. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. No need. It's just an early-stage, immortal, venerable, chaotic dragon. The corners of their mouths twitched. Just an early-stage, immortal, venerable? He directly saw that it was an early-stage, immortal, venerable, but he didn't seem to care. Wasn't this heavenly God of justice a peak, immortal emperor? Then why did he call himself a heavenly God of justice? Roar! The dragon's roar sounded again. The chaotic divine dragon instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The vast dragon might stir the chaos, and the astral winds were like blades that could cut through a peak immortal emperor. The dispersing dragon might made the two peak immortal emperors breathless. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the two of them flew back. Back off, don't hurt yourself. The two of them looked at each other and retreated far away. A battle between immortal venerables wasn't something they could participate in. Roar! The sonorous dragon's roar shattered the chaos, and the sound waves caused the two immortal emperors' bodies to shake violently. Blood seeped out of their orifices. A chaotic divine dragon that was over 10,000 feet long opened its mouth and spat out terrifying flames. Its eyes were filled with violence and ferocity. Although the flame wasn't as strong as the chaotic divine flame, it wasn't too far off. Jiang Changkong transformed into a 10,000 feet long body. Majestic green light stirred, and the flame was annihilated. Chapter 738. He didn't use the reincarnation disc, only the chaotic golden body. He also wanted to see how strong his combat power could be without using a divine artifact to improve his connate chaotic Taoist body. This early-stage immortal venerable chaos dragon was his best opponent. His fists were like divine pillars. Coupled with his peak immortal emperor Taoist physique, it was like a peak 7th grade C stabilizing divine iron. It tore the chaos apart, shattered the astral winds, and suppressed the chaos with the innate divine runes. The laws of primal chaos surged, and a resounding dragon roar resounded. The primal chaos dragon also chose to fight in close combat. Rumble! A man and a dragon collided, and the terrifying power caused both sides to retreat. The green light fluctuated, but it did not break the defense. The dragon's body was sturdy and unharmed. This was the first time they had fought, but they were evenly matched. His 5 fingers were like blades, strengthened by the law of primal chaos. The dragon claw was like a sword, not the least bit weaker. Clang! The sword and the saber collided. Boundless divine might tore apart the primal chaos. Astral winds and chaotic currents surged in all directions. Li Qing and his sister quickly retreated. Their eyes flickered, and they were deeply shocked. The Chaos Dragon clan, who was at the Immortal Prime level, was actually unable to take down Jiang Changkong. The Heaven God of Justice was also a celestial lord. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Aren't you an immortal emperor? He's clearly an immortal venerable, but he actually tricked us. Roar! Unable to take down Jiang Kong after 2 collisions, the chaotic divine dragon became more and more furious. His violent killing intent surged as he bit down with his huge mouth. His fangs were as sharp as swords that could destroy the world. A fist wrapped in green light, a fist condensed from the laws of nature, met the sharp fangs head-on. Boom! Terrifying powers collided. Drops of blood fell into the primal chaos, tearing it apart. The green light was torn apart. Jiang Changkong's expression changed as a bone-deep wound appeared on the back of his hand. The wound looked like it had been cut in half by a divine knife. It was neat and shocking. As for the chaotic dragon, it howled in pain. One of its fangs that was as sharp as a sword actually shook and blood flowed out. That punch just now almost knocked out one of his teeth. Roar! The chaotic dragon roared angrily. He was completely enraged. After becoming an immortal venerable, he practically ate anyone he saw. Although it had no consciousness, it still had its instincts. The primordial chaos surged, and the dragon's tail lashed out. Rumble! Above his head, the primal chaos surged. Gray lightning crisscrossed, tearing through the primal chaos. Chaos divine lightning. The primal chaos dragon clan was the darling of the primal chaos. Within the primal chaos, they could summon the primal chaos lightning. This was similar to the dragon clan in the heaven realm who could control lightning. Jiang Changkong's green light rushed up and punched the chaos dragon. Boom! The punch landed, and the chaos dragon's dragon tail shook. Both sides were sent flying thousands of miles away. The lightning followed closely behind and blasted on Jiang Changkong's protective green light and divine power barrier. The barrier trembled and cracks appeared on it. When it landed on Jiang Changkong's body, it did not have much strength left. Jiang Changkong's 1,000-meter-tall body, entered the lightning. He held the lightning with both of his hands and forcefully restrained the lightning energy. The lightning was like a pillar, and the gray chaos interweaved, holding the lightning divine staff upside down. Jiang Changkong fiercely smashed it at the dragon of chaos. Li Qing and his sister's legs trembled at the sight of this. This Jiang Changkong is too terrifying. He actually used the Chaos Dragon's divine lightning as a weapon? Li Qing clenched his fists tightly in fear. Li Xiu was also terrified. Jiang Changkong's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. The two wanted to retreat, and their bodies kept shifting backward. "Why don't we leave first?" Li Qing's expression was ugly as he asked in a low voice. "Where to?" Li Xiu's gaze was heavy, and her voice was trembling. Li Qing fell silent. He did not know where to go either. Should they just run back and not care about anything? However, in this situation, if the Chaos Dragon failed and something happened to him, how would they explain it? Let's wait. Jiang Changkong does not know that this Chaos Dragon was lured here by us. Li Qing transmitted his voice. Li Xiu fell silent and agreed with his decision. Now that they had nowhere to go, they definitely could not go back, just like that. Boom! The divine lightning staff lashed out, and the Chaos Dragon was sent flying. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the dragon blood, the two's eyes were burning, but they did not dare to come into contact with it. Just the aftermath of the battle between two immortal venerables could destroy them. The sharp claws landed, and wounds appeared on Jiang Changkong's body. Gray blood splattered. The divine lightning kept lashing, and both sides were injured. It was almost a method of exchanging injury for injury. The Chaos Dragon was furious and roared. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He allowed his injuries to increase, but he did not panic at all. It was as if he could not feel the pain. Li Qing's expression was gloomy. This Jiang Changkong is more like a ferocious beast than a chaos beast. Li Xiu nodded solemnly. This was not just like a ferocious beast. It was completely like a ferocious beast. The primordial chaos beasts all felt pain and anger, but Jiang Changkong didn't feel anything. Boom! The divine lightning fell again, but it broke apart. Countless lightning engulfed the man and the dragon. The power of lightning entered through the wound, causing the Chaos Dragon and Jiang Changkong to experience the pain of the divine lightning striking their bodies. Boom! Jiang Changkong's hand entered the Chaos Dragon's wound, and his sharp claws similarly pierced into his body. Both sides activated their divine power at the same time, tearing off a large piece of flesh. A large amount of chaos blood splattered, but Jiang Changkong's expression was still calm. The celestial supremacy, Chaos Dragon roared and pounced over again. Green light, divine power, and nomological laws gathered and fused at this moment. Sky-splitting technique. Jiang Changkong did not use his full strength, only 80% of it. Boom! The power of sky-splitting technique split the Chaos Dragon. Earth, water, fire, and wind appeared. The Chaos Dragon roared in fear and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The power of sky-splitting technique directly cut the Chaos Dragon in half. A shrill dragon roar resounded, and dragon blood surged in the Chaos Dragon like a heavenly river. The power of sky-splitting technique remained, and the Chaos Dragon held in pain. It could not recover in a short period of time. It was heavily injured and its aura weakened. Jiang Changkong grabbed with both palms, and a vortex appeared in the two halves of the dragon's body at the same time. The sinister aura directly dragged the two halves of the dragon into the vortex, and they disappeared. He also collected the dragon blood. After all, it was at the celestial supremacy level. It would be very useful to bring it back to the heaven realm. Jiang Changkong's body shrank, and his face was pale. He breathed in and out the chaos qi to recover. The battle this time had really consumed a lot of energy. Although the Chaos Dragon's strength was not at the peak of the early stage celestial supremacy level, it was not something an early stage celestial supremacy could compare to. He did not need to use the reincarnation disc. He could only use the power of sky-splitting technique to capture or even kill it. As for using the reincarnation disc, he could beat it to a pulp. He sat cross-legged to recover. The chaotic aura drilled into Jiang Changkong's body like rivers. A large amount of chaotic aura was refined and turned into majestic divine power that fused into his body. Li Qing and the other celestial supremacy did not move. Jiang Changkong's cultivation situation did not allow them to approach him. The difference between in Celestial Emperor and in Celestial Supremacy was indeed too great. However, the power produced by cultivation was something even peak Celestial Emperors like them could not bear. Jiang Changkong cultivated for an entire day and took some pills before his injuries were almost healed. However, his face was still pale and he looked very weak. This was for them to see. When he finished cultivating, the two of them hurriedly flew over and asked with concern, "Heavenly God of Justice, how is your recovery?" "I have almost recovered." Jiang Changkong's voice was a little low, and his body was swaying. "Heavenly God of Justice, be careful." The two of them hurriedly supported him and said with concern, "From the looks of it, the Heavenly God of Justice is clearly severely injured." "It's fine, it's just a small injury. I will recover in a few days," Jiang Changkong said. Chapter 739. Looking at Jiang Changkong, Li Qing and the other man believed that Jiang Changkong was truly severely injured. "This place is no longer safe. Do you want to leave?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Chaotic beasts have no intelligence. Even if one of them dies, they won't pay attention." "There shouldn't be a need to leave," Li Xiu said. Li Qing frowned and said, "Just in case, it's better to leave. I can't guarantee that the celestial spirit will be nearby." Jiang Changkong nodded and said, "That's right. It's best if you leave. If the fairies came, they would be in big trouble. With the Heavenly God of Justice's injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to travel." "Let me carry him," Li Qing said. "Thank you." Jiang Changkong thanked him and did not refuse. Li Qing carried Jiang Changkong on his back and flew away. Li Xiu quickly followed, and a slight wave of immortal energy spread out. Jiang Changkong didn't seem to feel anything. His pale face was full of exhaustion. "Heavenly God of Justice, is that chaotic dragon dead?" Li Qing asked. "Dead," Jiang Changkong replied. "The dragon of chaos did not die. He was suppressed in the wheel of reincarnation. He still wanted to bring it back to the heaven realm to obtain the power of heaven. It would be too much of a loss to kill the chaos dragon just like that." Li Qing lowered his head and said against his will, "The Heavenly God of Justice is really powerful, but he lied to us and said that he was only an immortal emperor." Jiang Changkong sighed. "I'm not lying to you. I'm really an immortal emperor. It's just that my battle prowess is slightly stronger." As if I'd believe you. Both of them didn't believe it. No matter how strong an immortal emperor was, could he defeat an immortal venerable? Li Qing asked again. The technique that the Heavenly God of Justice used to retract the Dragon of Chaos in the end was indeed impressive. What kind of divine power was that? You're the descendants of the ancient immortal gods, yet you can't even tell. Jiang Changkong sighed, slightly dissatisfied. "Have you heard of the 5-Manor Temple?" "Of course I've heard of it. Could it be that it's the sleeve cosmos divine ability?" The two of them exclaimed. "That's right. I'm on good terms with the celestial sovereign of the heaven realms, suppressing Yuan celestial sect. The celestial venerable, personally, taught me the sleeve universe divine art." Jiang Changkong said casually. Venerable Zhenxian didn't teach him anything at all. It was just an excuse to hide the reincarnation disc. Since these two people wanted to find out about his strength, then he would let them know. If he were to send a mid-stage or late-stage immortal venerable, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. If it was an early-stage immortal reverent, then sorry, he would earn another one. How much heaven energy would an immortal venerable have? The two of them did not ask any further questions. Jiang Chongkong closed his eyes and said, "We'll stop after a while. You've been in this area for many years, so you should have a place to hide. That way, I can recover easily." The two of them replied. Jiang Chongkong didn't say anything else. The injuries on his body were almost healed. Although he was injured earlier, it was only a minor injury. It was just that he had used up a lot of energy. But with the help of the pills, he was almost fully recovered. 2 days later, the two of them stopped. There was also a palace here. "Let's rest here." The two of them led him into the temple. "Heavenly God of Justice, please rest assured. We will guard outside." "Thank you." Jiang Chongkong's body staggered. He sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his mystic art to absorb the chaotic aura. The two of them looked at each other, walked out of the temple, and secretly sent a message. The chaotic aura poured into his body like a long dragon. The commotion was too big, so the two of them could only leave. This gave them a chance. Along the way, Jiang Chongkong left some divine power behind. A 10,000-meter tall figure flapped its wings and flew through the chaos, rushing toward their location. The gray phoenix's feathers were like divine arrows, glowing with divine light. Everywhere it passed, chaotic turbulence was stirred up. It was much stronger than the chaotic dragon from before. Jiang Chongkong was relieved. It was only an early-stage immortal venerable. At most, it would reach its limit. However, the next moment, another chaotic beast appeared, causing him to be stunned. A 10,000-meter tall divine bull with flames on its 4 hooves rushed over with the phoenix. Both of their auras were very strong and they were evenly matched. Was this a buy one get one free? The reincarnation disc in his body vibrated. If there were 2 early-stage immortal venerables, he could easily suppress them. The two of them, outside the palace, did not stop this time. Instead, they slowly slipped away. The two of them could leave the rest to the 2 chaotic beasts. Half a day later, chaotic astral winds blew, and the chaotic aura in the surroundings raged. Their ferocious auras shook the chaos. 2 massive creatures descended at the same time. Jiang Chongkong stepped out of the palace, and his aura rose to the limit. Boom! Ferocious aura and divine aura clashed for the first time, and chaotic turbulence surged. Jiang Chongkong transformed into a 10,000-meter tall divine body and activated the chaotic golden body. Moo! Screech! With 2 long cries, the phoenix released divine flames, and its sharp claws could pierce through the defenses of an immortal venerable. The bull demon roared, and its horns glowed with a fierce light that could crush everything. Rumble! The chaos surged, and a supreme sage aura spread out from Jiang Chongkong's body. A huge disc appeared above his head. The 6 vortexes represented the 6 paths of reincarnation. The disintegrated Wu-slaying sword and thousands of blood souls were coldly staring at the 2 ferocious beasts in the 6 paths. Supreme power, immortal sage aura. The bodies of the 2 chaotic beasts sank at the same time, as if they had suffered a serious blow and they fell. Boundless divine power poured in, and the power of the 6 paths was activated. Jiang Chongkong activated the reincarnation disc and smashed it at the 2 ferocious beasts. Boom! In an instant, the feathers broke and the bull's bones shattered. Gray, chaotic blood flowed like a river. 2 mournful screams resounded, causing one's heart to tremble. Jiang Chongkong controlled the reincarnation disc and kept smashing it down. The 2 early-stage immortal, venerable chaotic beasts could not fight back at all. The enraged chaotic beasts and the enraged phoenix were miserable and pitiful. The ferocious flames and the sharp and terrifying horns were useless at this moment. Facing a complete sage artifact that had activated its mighty power, they could only wait to be slaughtered. Escaping was already an extravagant hope. If not for the fact that he was worried about losing everything, Jiang Changkong would have used the sky-splitting art and turned them into dregs. He sensed that the Li siblings had already left. This made him heave a sigh of relief. If they did not leave, he really did not know what to do. The two of them left. His primal, chaos divine power was like a beacon in the primal chaos. They appeared here and could even summon the chaotic beasts. If they were not immortal spirits, there must be some secret. They would bring Jiang Changkong to find what he wanted. The two ferocious beasts were kept into the reincarnation disc. They were probably also dumbfounded at this moment. They had said that they would be heavily injured and come over to pick up someone's head, but in the end they died. Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry to chase after them. He took out the chaotic skeletal dragon. The chaotic skeletal dragon flew quickly in the same direction as the two of them. It seems that our destination is almost there. Jiang Changkong kept the chaotic skeletal dragon. It was along the way. If he found some clues, he would be able to make a huge profit. Li Qing shuttled through the chaos. Jiang Changkong is dead for sure. Although we have lost a lord, we have completed our mission and will not be punished. Should we go back now or continue to find a place to wait? Li Xiu asked. Now that the heavenly god of justice has started to enter the chaos, the other immortals of the heavenly realm will definitely come. We will continue to wait and bury them one by one. Li Qing sneered. Li Xiu was about to speak when a vast divine might swept over. A furious roar resounded through the chaos. Damn ferocious beasts! They digested so quickly. Are the bones of the two immortal emperors gone? The two of them, what was going on? Chapter 740. The chaos beast digested very quickly. After all, it was an immortal supremacy. However, what was going on with the two immortal emperors? Were they talking about them? The two of them panicked. Jiang Changkong won. He thought that they were eaten. Then he tore open the beast's stomach and realized that they were not found. The two of them immediately felt that it was no longer safe to wait. If Jiang Changkong really found them, what if he became suspicious? Chaos beasts had come looking for them twice. Even an idiot would have grown suspicious of them. The two of them did not dare to stay and ran with all their might. Jiang Changkong followed behind unhurriedly. He was really afraid that the two of them would continue to find a palace to hide in. From their conversation just now, they called the Chaos Beast Lord. Could it be that the immortal spirits were the Chaos Beast servants? After traveling for 2 days, a vast immortal light suddenly appeared in front of them. A figure stood in the chaos, suppressing the chaos with the might of an exalted immortal. What are the two of you doing here? A fat young man walked out. His immortal power was restrained. He was an extreme immortal emperor. Zhu Yunhe, things are bad. An immortal supremacy came from the heaven realm. 3 lords have already fallen. Li Qing had a panicked expression as he said hurriedly, Immortal supremacy? From the heaven realm? Zhu Yunhe was stunned. Shouldn't they be worshipping us? Or did you leak some information? We didn't leak it. We just met him suddenly. We secretly contacted Lord. Li Xiu explained the situation. Zhu Yunhe frowned. Then why are you running? Since he didn't discover us. So what if he suspects us? That is an immortal supremacy. He can crush us easily. The two of them smiled bitterly. You are really too timid. Zhu Yunhe scoffed. At most, we will follow him to the heaven realm. What are you afraid of? If we really go to the heaven realm, that will be fine. With our identity as the descendants of ancient immortals, the heavenly Tao will take care of us. Li Qing sighed. Unfortunately, the lords won't let us go. Jiang Changkong was stunned. Were they really descendants of ancient immortals? But why were the descendants of ancient immortals mingling with chaos beasts and calling them lords? Could it be that immortal spirits were descendants of ancient immortals? That was not right either. They said that they would be taken care of by the heavenly Tao, but the primal chaos beasts and immortal spirits were not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. There's no need to panic. Even if that person comes looking for you, it can be said that you fled in panic. Zhu Yunhe said faintly, his cultivation creates such a huge commotion. Even if you wanted to approach and inform him, you wouldn't be able to do so. But what excuse can we use to escape from the pursuit of the two primal chaos beasts? The two of them had grave expressions on their faces. Those were two immortal, exalted-level, primordial beasts. How could peak-stage immortal emperors like them escape? The primal chaos beast was attracted by him. You just need to take the opportunity to escape. If not, just say that I saved you. Zhu Yunhe said indifferently, I have a spatial shuttle immortal artifact. The two of them thought about it and felt that it was feasible, but it was still a little risky. Can we really fool them? The two of them asked worriedly. No problem. Have you all forgotten your bloodline? Zhu Yunhe shook his head and said, with our status, even the most ancient celestial venerables in the heaven realm have to call us ancestors. After saying that, his face was filled with arrogance. He activated his immortal force, and a large, fat, golden pig appeared behind him. Jiang Changkong, descendant of Zhu Beiji. That's true. Our identities can't be faked. The two of them finally felt relieved. Come on, let's eat something together. Zhu Yunhe took out some broken limbs and said proudly, this is the flesh and blood of the heaven realm immortal emperor. Lord gave it to me. Sirs, are you going to the heaven realm again? The two of them looked enviously at the severed limbs and asked carefully. Zhu Yunhe said, it's still the same as before. Now, it's not easy to make a move in the heaven realm. All the major powers are very vigilant. Even the celestial emperors are treating them like treasures, and they have celestial venerables to protect themselves. The current immortal emperors were very hard to kill. Jiang Changkong had killed many immortal emperors in the past, but they were all saved by immortal venerables. Sigh, I wonder when the lords will be able to conquer the heaven realm. The two of them said longingly, at that time we will have an endless supply of immortals. Soon. One more thing. Our people are about to enter the immortal world. Zhu Yunhe laughed coldly and said with a hint of excitement, the day we become our ancestors is about to arrive. I'm afraid we won't be able to enjoy such a good thing. The two of them said sourly. They were only peak immortal emperors. Just now, they had tricked 3 immortal, venerable-level primal chaos beasts. It was already benevolent of them not to be killed. Not necessarily. This time, your Li family will be heading to the heaven realm. Other than you, the Yang family, and even the witch race bloodline will return. Zhu Yunhe patted his big belly and said, I might be able to go too. We are not the only ones in the Li family. The two of them looked at him enviously. In the future, please take care of us, Lord Zhu. Sai, what are you saying? Zhu Yunhe grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. We are all descendants of the ancient immortal gods. We should help each other. As he spoke, he picked up an arm and sucked it in like eating noodles. Jiang Changkong secretly thought about the meaning of their words. This group of descendants of the ancient immortal gods were going to return to the heaven realm, become their ancestors. There was actually the witch race bloodline. If their identities were not fake, then when they returned to the heaven realm, they would definitely be taken care of by the heavenly Tao. After reading the research materials, he knew that the ancient immortal gods did not have any enmity with the heavenly Tao. The departure of the ancient immortal gods was also permitted by the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao destroyed itself. Under such circumstances, how could the heavenly Tao not open a back door for them to return? Furthermore, with the power of heaven, they would become the only heavenly emperors who unified the heaven realm. Try this wine. It's a fine wine from the heaven realm. Zhu Yunhe took out the wine. The two of them hurriedly thanked him and carefully took a sip, cherishing it very much. Although this wine was more than a grade lower than the one that Jiang Changkong took out. There was no comparison at all. However, this was given by Zhu Yunhe. He was someone who might become an ancestor in the heaven realm. At that time, his status would rise in a straight line. They could only look up to him. Lord Zhu, don't call me Lord. It has not been decided yet. Maybe you too will be chosen. Zhu Yunhe raised his hand. However, Li Qing said, Lord Zhu is deeply favored by the lords. He will definitely be able to go. Even if we are lucky enough to be chosen, we will still need Lord Zhu's care. Zhu Yunhe's grin widened. He raised his wine cup and said, Come, let's drink. When we go to the heaven realm, we will definitely eat the best immortals and sleep with the most beautiful fairies. I heard that the ancient immortal god Moon God still has a divine soul. Will she notice anything? Li Xiao suddenly said. Zhu Yunhe waved his hand and said, Don't worry. If the Moon God's main body is here, the lords probably won't dare to attack the heaven realm. However, it's just a divine soul. How powerful can it be? When the time comes, we can taste the Moon God's divine soul and see if it tastes good. Li Qing said coldly, I want to eat the heavenly god of justice the most. Only by killing him and eating his flesh can we vent our anger. The three of them continued to eat and drink. Jiang Chongkong wondered if he should go out and see if they would eat him. Even if these three descendants of the ancient immortal gods were real, they had already become evil devils. Chapter 741. If the identity of an ancient descendant returned to the heaven realm, it would definitely cause an uproar. The three of them did not talk anymore and focused on eating. Golden blood sprinkled down, and abundant immortal power intoxicated them. Although the immortal wine was inferior, it was also a rare delicacy. Zhu Yunhe's fangs were still hung with shreds of meat. Buzz! In the chaos, an invisible force separated the chaos, and a figure appeared. You too, so you didn't die. The cold voice was full of killing intent. Jiang Chongkong suddenly appeared, and chaos divine power gathered. Li Qing and Xiao Xiao were stunned. They did not dare to swallow the flesh in their hands anymore. It's over, everything is over. If not for the scene in front of them, they could still try to bluff and brush it off. But now, the immortal god flesh they were chewing could not be faked. The cold killing intent made them shiver. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and even their backs were wet. Zhu Yunhe's heart skipped a beat. He picked up a jade pendant and disappeared with the two of them. Jiang Chongkong did not chase after them. He came to the pile of flesh and burned it to ashes. Were the immortals of the heaven realm just food in their eyes? With his divine power, the three of them had already escaped hundreds of thousands of miles away. This distance was not considered far, but it was enough to give them some sense of security. Jiang Chongkong took out the Chaos Bone Dragon. Sure enough, the direction was the same. The place that the river of time passed through was their escape route. He just did not know where the specific clues were. Or was this group of people also pursuing that tributary of the river of time? The Chaos Bone Dragon shuttled through the chaos, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. In just a few breaths, it was already close to them. Jiang Chongkong put away the bone dragon and followed unhurriedly. If the three of them stopped, he would make another noise to scare them. They obviously did not have many companions. Even if he did not have to find their lair, he had to find a group. If they were too strong, he would come again in the future, or go back and try to pull Venerable Zhenxian over. The three of them fled for their lives, not daring to relax at all. Even with the space jade pendant, they could only put some distance between them. They could not guarantee that Jiang Chongkong would not catch up. Where are we going now? Li Xiao asked in a panic. Zhu Yunhe's expression was gloomy. He had not expected that Jiang Chongkong would be able to find his way here. He also happened to see them eating immortal god corpses. He also wanted to trick Jiang Chongkong into working for him. Li Qing said solemnly, Are we going to find the lords? Or are we going to the clan to find an immortal venerable and kill him? What if you can't kill him? Zhu Yunhe's expression was gloomy. 3 early-stage immortal venerables have perished. I wonder how strong this Jiang Chongkong is. The two of them fell silent. Late immortal venerables and peak immortal venerables weren't here for the time being. They did not know if an intermediate immortal reverent could take down Jiang Changkong. If they couldn't take it down, their lair would be exposed. As long as Jiang Changkong returned to the heaven realm and revealed the truth, it was very likely that they would be surrounded and killed by the immortals of the heaven realm. Even if the immortals and deities of the heaven realm did not dare to come out, their return and the progress of their plans would be affected. In fact, the immortals and deities of the heaven realm would set up a trap and kill them all when they went to the heaven realm. Let's go to that place. As long as he goes in, he can forget about coming out easily. Zhu Yunhe's expression turned cold as he led them in another direction. You're crazy. If we go in, we might not be able to come out. Li Xiu's expression changed. That's the only way to stop him. Even if we inform the lords to rush over now, it will be too late. Zhu Yunhe's expression was gloomy. By the time the immortal venerables rushed over, their corpses would probably be cold, and that place was not far from here. Li Qing pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. We'll listen to you. Given our understanding of that place, it won't be a problem for us to survive. The three of them flew at full speed. Zhu Yunhe once again used a spatial divine item to travel through the chaos. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Should he let them go for now and let the bone dragon lead the way? With his divine power, they could forget about escaping. He took out the chaos bone dragon, but it did not leave. Instead, it looked left and right. It looked ahead and then looked in the direction of the three of them. Jiang Changkong, was it broken? Or were there clues left behind by the tributary of time in both directions? In the end, the chaos bone dragon still chased after the three of them. Could it be that there are more clues over there? Jiang Changkong frowned. Just as he was about to force his way in another direction, the conversation of the three of them caught his attention. Even we have not completely grasped this place. Furthermore, it concerns our origins. Is it really all right to lure him here? Li Xiu was still somewhat unwilling to enter. It's too dangerous here. Even if we come out from here, it doesn't mean that we can do whatever we want. Don't worry. So what if he can find some clues? This place can easily trap him and even kill him. Zhu Yunhe sneered. Think carefully. If you kill him, the deaths of the three lords will not be blamed on you. We will definitely be able to return to the heaven realm and become our ancestors. Li Qing gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Li Xiu, go in. A pitch-black crack appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. A crack in the chaos. Endless chaos qi rose from the crack. Other than chaos qi, there was also some special aura, the aura of ancient immortals. Where did they come from? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Changkong changed his mind and followed them. Even if he could find some of their companions, he would not be able to find out their origins if there were restrictions on their souls. It was better to see how this group of people came here first. The pitch-black crack was only 300 meters wide and 3,000 meters long, but it was 300,000 meters deep. They called it the chaotic heaven abyss. From their tone, this place was enough to bury immortal supremacies. If they were not late-stage immortal supremacies, or even stronger, they would not be able to bury him, a powerhouse who had killed 3 early-stage immortal supremacies. Jiang Changkong looked at the pitch-black crack. In his mind, he sensed that the 3 of them had already gone down. The bottom was filled with immortal arrays. They were dispelling the immortal arrays and moving forward quickly. After entering the chaotic heaven abyss, the bottom became even darker. Even Jiang Changkong could not see more than a kilometer. As he descended, his line of sight became shorter and shorter. Finally, it stopped at 100 meters. Fortunately, the chaos divine power was not isolated. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. At the bottom was a ground paved with chaotic divine stones. Jiang Changkong formed hand seals and activated the immortal arrays on the ground. He walked forward quickly. Chaos divine energy was hidden in their bodies, and he was very clear about the method they used to open it. As they went deeper, the power of the immortal arrays grew stronger. Fortunately, they were familiar with them and passed through easily. Boom! Suddenly, a flame lit up in the darkness. A spear light tore through the darkness and pointed at Li Qing's glabella. Li Qing's expression changed. He hurriedly circulated his immortal power to protect himself. Uft! The spear light pierced through the immortal power barrier and pierced through his body. Watch out! Zhu Yunhe and Li Qing's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly took action. The might of an exalted immortal erupted and forced the spear light back. In the darkness, a youth wielding a flaming spear stood on wind and fire wheels. His eyes were blood-red and his killing intent was almost tangible, frightening his enemies. Damn it, the Neza bloodline has awakened. Li Qing's expression was cold. The chaotic divine stone pagoda in his hand shone with immortal light. Chapter 742. The figure in the darkness was awakening the ancient, immortal god bloodline. However, it was different from them. It had sentience and was filled with killing intent and violence, just like those chaos beasts. The spear swept across, illuminating the night. The youth held the divine spear and stepped on the wind-fire wheels. He was as fast as a ghost. Clang! Zhu Yunhe manifested a rake to block the divine spear. The majestic force forced Zhu Yunhe to retreat. Li Qing shouted. The chaos divine stone pagoda released immortal light, tearing the darkness and enveloping the youth. Wang! The youth's body shook. The power of wind and fire surged out to resist the pagoda suppression. Zhu Yunhe took the opportunity to sweep with his rake, immortal light like a waterfall. Boom! With the suppression of the pagoda, the youth's strength was limited. He staggered and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Li Xiu injected immortal power to activate Li Qing's pagoda. The siblings worked together. The Chaos Pagoda activated its divine might and its suction power increased greatly. Zhu Yunhe laughed coldly and activated the might of the rake. It was at the limit of an immortal emperor. With a boom, the rake and spear shook at the same time. The youth's body tumbled out. The pagoda pressed down and sucked the youth in. Divine fire appeared and burned the youth in the pagoda. A shrill and painful cry came from the pagoda. Little brat, you want to fight me? Li Qing's expression was cold as he kept the pagoda. You are really strong. Limit of an immortal emperor. Zhu Yunhe's expression was solemn. He awakened again. I hope he won't awaken an immortal venerable. How can he awaken an immortal venerable? The lords will clean this place regularly. Even an immortal venerable can't survive. Li Qing said, Are we going to continue forward? That Jiang Changkong should have caught up. This place is at the limit of an immortal emperor. It is not suitable for us to continue forward. Li Xiu said, If we awaken a few more bloodlines, we might be able to stay here. Among the three of them, one was at the limit of an immortal emperor, and two were at the peak. They looked good, but compared to the things here, they were far inferior. Find a place to hide. Found you. A cold voice sounded. Immortal light broke through the darkness. The three's expressions changed. They could not care less about the danger and turned to run. Why is this fellow so persistent? He can actually follow us so closely. Zhu Yunhe cursed. They had already escaped to this place, and there was a way to undo the immortal array, so they could advance easily. But Jiang Changkong shouldn't know this place. How did he find them so easily? Could it be that he also had a way to dispel the immortal array? Did he plant any tricks on the two of you? Zhu Yunhe looked at the two. If Jiang Changkong had left behind some means to track them, it would make sense. I don't know. The two of them shook their heads and told him everything about the few days they spent with Jiang Changkong. Zhu Yunhe fell silent. Jiang Changkong's strength far surpassed theirs. If he had left behind some tricks, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Let's go. Let's head there and temper our bodies first. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to find us." Li Xiu gritted her teeth and said. The three of them changed their direction, no longer advancing in a straight line. Jiang Changkong undid the immortal array and followed unhurriedly. He really wanted to figure out what this place was. Why did Neza's bloodline appear? And why was it filled with violence and killing intent? Body cleansing? It could dispel his god power? If they weren't worried that he would discover it and planned a trick on them, then there might be another exit to the place where they were cleansing. The three of them undid the immortal array again. Another cold light shot over. This time, it was a scorching sword radiance, also filled with killing intent. This time, it was only a late-stage immortal emperor. They easily suppressed it. As they went deeper, almost every immortal array contained living beings. Without exception, these living beings all had violent killing intent. They belonged to the ancient immortal god bloodline. He saw Neza, Lu Chunyang, and even the extreme Yin bloodline. The weakest of these awakened bloodlines were late-stage immortal emperors, while the strongest were peak immortal emperors. Fortunately, there weren't many of them this time, so they could deal with them. If two peak immortal emperors appeared at the same time, they would also die here. Boom! After suppressing another peak immortal emperor, the three of them stopped. In front of them was a huge Xiantian spirit liquid pond. The formation runes inside were filled with dense immortal light, turning the streams of chaotic air currents into Xiantian spirit liquid. Essence, energy, and spirit. 3 million. Let's go. The three of them hurriedly rushed towards the Xiantian spirit liquid pond. Suddenly, the three of them stopped. They were frozen in the void by a powerful divine aura. A stream of god power silently entered Zhu Yunhe's body. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll gladly accept this Xiantian spirit liquid. Jiang Changkong strode towards the Xiantian spirit liquid pond and kept the Xiantian spirit liquid. Buzz! Just as he kept the Xiantian spirit liquid, the pond shook, and strange patterns appeared on the chaos divine stone floor. The same pattern appeared in the air, illuminating the night sky. The three of them suddenly retreated. Idiot, you fell for it. Li Qing sneered and landed his palm on the immortal array pattern. Zhu Yunhe and Li Xiu quickly followed, injecting their immortal power into the array pattern. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. The immortal array pattern on the ground was like a rope, binding him. The immortal array pattern in the air also trapped him. Rays of mysterious immortal light tried to suppress his god power. Do you really think that we can't guess it and that you can hear our conversation? Li Qing's expression was cold as he said, disdainfully, keep following me. Without the correct dermic art, even an immortal supremacy can't easily undo those immortal arrays. Just stay here, Li Xiu sneered. Jiang Changkong frowned. Vast god power rose in his body, causing the immortal array to shake. Stop struggling. Even a mid-stage immortal supremacy can't escape from here. Zhu Yunhe sneered. Is that so? Jiang Changkong's heart moved. 6 vortexes appeared, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared again. Rumble. The immortal array on the ground and in the air shook at the same time. Immortal light shot into the sky, and the entire immortal array was shaking. Let's go. The three of them changed their expressions and turned to leave. This immortal array probably couldn't trap this guy. A supreme force surged. As Jiang Changkong activated the reincarnation disc, a sage aura spread, and cracks appeared on the immortal array. 6 paths of unity without sky splitting. The strange immortal array was broken. Boom! Immortal power surged in all directions, causing the immortal array in the darkness to shake. Immortal power scattered in all directions like small snakes. Jiang Changkong consumed some recovery pills and chased after them. The three of them really underestimated him. Did they think that this immortal array could trap him? A mid-stage immortal supremacy couldn't escape? Jiang Changkong sensed it. This should be referring to a mid-stage immortal supremacy that had just broken through, right? If he used the reincarnation disc, he should be able to fight against a mid-stage immortal supremacy? With the sky-splitting art, maybe he could fight? The three of them in the darkness were already panicking. They wanted to leave this place, but if they left, they would die even faster. Jiang Changkong could really track them and even hear their conversation. In such a situation, other than waiting for death, there seemed to be no other way. What should we do now? Li Qing and Li Xiu panicked. Continue to go deeper and fight with all our might, Zhu Yunhe said through gritted teeth. Li Xiu said gloomily, fight with what? That was an immortal supremacy, and he even broke it just now. An array that could temporarily trap an immortal supremacy was something they couldn't fight at all. If they continued forward, they would probably die here before Jiang Changkong could kill them. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the awakened bloodline was. Chapter 743. Although there would be chaos beasts and immortal spirits clearing them regularly, there were still some peak immortal emperors. After unraveling another immortal array, the trio wanted to slow down, but they did not dare to. There seemed to be endless danger in the darkness. It was extremely terrifying. Chi! The void trembled as the darkness was torn apart. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The trio's hearts trembled. Just as they were about to block, they heard a painful grunt. A spear pierced through Li Xiu's body and pierced her heart. Violent killing intent surged into her body and severed her vitality. A black-haired youth held a spear with a cold expression. There were wind and fire wheels beneath his feet. Neza bloodline awakening again. Little sister. Li Qing was shocked and furious. The pagoda released divine light as he wanted to save her. Let's go. Zhu Yunhe, however, pulled him along and rushed forward. In the darkness, another figure appeared behind the youth. It was a figure that looked exactly the same. He had a head full of black hair and held a spear. There were wind and fire wheels beneath his feet. They had the same cultivation level. Peak Immortal Emperor. These two peak Immortal Emperors were enough to kill all of them. The chaos divine power in Li Xiu's body shook as she tried to search his soul. There were also restrictions. Bang! The spear fell, and Li Xiu fell heavily to the ground. A peak Immortal Emperor died just like that. The two did not chase. Instead, they turned to look behind them. Jiang Changkong walked over slowly and looked at this scene with an abnormally calm expression. As though sensing how terrifying the newcomer was, the two figures used their divine powers at the same time. They had 3 heads and 8 arms, and their strength was pushed to the limit. The 2 spears were like 2 divine pillars that pierced through the void and stabbed towards Jiang Changkong. Kacha! The spear landed on his body, but it did not break his defense. The spear turned into countless pieces. Jiang Changkong didn't care about the 2 of them and continued walking. The 2 immortal emperors who were at their limits suddenly stopped moving and slowly dissipated. Li Xiu's body dissipated and her spatial equipment flew out. Jiang Changkong took a look and was slightly disappointed. There were only some chaos divine stones, some immortal herbs, and the chaos beast meat that he roasted. It was of no help to him. They did not really eat the roasted chaos beast meat and secretly stored it in their spatial rings. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. This was really a loyal dog of the chaos beasts. He stepped forward. In the darkness, the 2 of them fled in panic. Wherever Jiang Changkong passed, the awakened bloodline experts that were secretly charging at him dissipated. He also had some essence, chi, and spirit, which was not bad. He had 460 points each. There were even more awakened bloodlines in the depths, and they were even stronger. One could even find several immortal formations. In their panic, the 2 of them ran to some unknown place and crashed into the immortal formation. Zhu Yunhe's spatial divine item was useless here. The immortal array had sealed the space. Even without the immortal array, they wouldn't dare to use it easily. If he was teleported to the side of a few peak immortal emperors, he would be dead. The immortal emperors broke their limits, one after another. Jian Changkong could feel the divine energy within the bodies of the two of them, guiding him forward. Buzz! The two of them were lucky this time and did not encounter too much trouble. However, they did not dare to stop. Roar! In the darkness, a strange roar resounded. It sounded like a human or a beast. The dense killing intent was as dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Jian Changkong frowned. It wasn't because they faced danger, but because Zhu Yunhe and Li Qing stopped and came to a bright piece of land. The Xiantian spiritual energy was thick on the ground, and the broken statue had collapsed. We are here. We are finally here. If that Jiang Changkong has the ability, then come over. Zhu Yunhe was confident and said coldly, I know that you can hear me. If you dare to come over, I will dare to kill you. Jiang Changkong ignored him. He was just a clown. Li Qing had a sad expression and didn't say anything. Zhu Yunhe said nonchalantly, What is there to be sad about? Isn't it just a sister? You make it sound nice. Even if I make another one, she won't have her current memories. Li Qing stared at him in rage and lowered his head. I have the best relationship with my sister. If I make another one, it won't be her. Then make a few more and choose the most obedient one. Zhu Yunhe bared his fangs and said coldly, Didn't you just kill her dozens of times to teach one obedient? Just do it again. Jiang Changkong, Li Qing killed Li Xiu dozens of times? In order to choose an obedient sister? He must be crazy, right? Li Qing sighed. That will take another few hundred years. You are sad for time? Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. You guys are really more ruthless than the average evil demon. What's a few hundred years? When we go to the heaven realm and become ancestors, we have all the time in the world. Zhu Yunhe said coldly, At that time, we will become the most honorable ones. No one can replace us, not even Lord. At that time, we have all the time in the world to create companions that suit our hearts. Li Qing remained silent. Zhu Yunhe patted him. Let's go. Since we are here, we can't waste this chance. Li Qing then stood up and sized up this piece of land. The yellow soil was suffused with a strange golden color. A special aura rose from the ground. The two stepped on the broken statue and walked forward step by step. God power was also sizing up this place. The suppression was very strong. Even a peak immortal emperor would find it hard to use any immortal power. The two of them arrived at a shrine. The suppressive force came from this shrine. Around the temple was a huge blood pool. Dense blood energy and baleful aura surrounded the temple. An ancient path made of primal chaos divine stones crossed the blood pool and connected to the temple. The suppression here was even more terrifying. The two immortal emperors knelt down and slowly moved towards the temple. Inside the temple, mysterious lights danced and intertwined, releasing great divine might. The two looked at the mysterious lights with excitement. Splash! Suddenly, the blood in the blood pool stirred. A bloody hand grabbed towards Zhu Yunhe. Zhu Yunhe's expression changed, and he quickly moved. The bloody hand retracted, and the blood pool became calm again. The two's faces were pale. Why is there awakening bloodline here? Li Qing's face was pale. Zhu Yunhe moved his fat body. Don't say anything. Quickly go in. If the monster in the blood pool rushed out, the two of them might die. Splash! The blood pool shook again. This time, it grabbed towards Li Qing. Li Qing's pale face was filled with horror. He hurriedly crawled forward, wishing that he had more legs. Fortunately, the bloody hand retracted quickly. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard a scream. Zhu Yunhe quickly grabbed towards him. Save me. A bloody hand and a youth slowly appeared from the blood pool. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Li Qing's expression changed. He kicked Zhu Yunhe. I will create another you. You, Zhu Yunhe wanted to curse, but there was only despair in his heart. The bloody hand suddenly exerted force and dragged half of his body into the blood pool. The moment he came into contact with the blood pool, his leg started to melt and rot. From the start, the bloody hand's target was him, a peak immortal emperor fatty, and not a peak immortal emperor like Li Qing. Li Qing crawled towards the temple in fear. He was afraid that he would be grabbed by the bloody hand and sent down to accompany Zhu Yunhe. At this moment, Jiang Changkong also arrived. He looked at the soil on the ground and then at the god statue. The god statue was an ancient immortal god. However, it was broken and its face was blurry. It was clawed. Chapter 744. It should be the chaos beasts that destroyed this place. Jiang Changkong arrived at the blood pool, and a terrifying pressure assaulted him. It was even more terrifying than the celestial venerable array and the chaotic earth spirit. Under the heavy pressure, Jiang Changkong had no choice but to activate the chaotic golden body. As he stepped onto the chaos stone path, the pressure suddenly increased. There was a cracking sound and Jiang Changkong's bones shook. The blood pool was fluctuating. He took out the reincarnation disc, and the might of a sage artifact spread out. He did not want to see if this blood pool could melt him. The blood pool calmed down wherever the sage might passed. The figure did not dare to offend the sage might. Buzz! Bang! A sound came from within the temple, and a powerful aura spread out. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. Sage might. There was also a supreme sage might in the temple. Even with the reincarnation disc, he could not breathe. Li Qing was sprawled on the ground, unable to move as if he had been imprisoned. Mystic light was still dancing. Inside the temple, the mystic light covered the statue and could not be seen clearly. Jiang Changkong used the reincarnation disc to resist the sage might and walked forward step by step. As he advanced, the sage might became stronger and his bones made cracking sounds as if they were about to shatter. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and green light covered his body. Jiang Changkong moved forward step by step. The image of the Lady of Earth appeared behind him, emitting a special sage might. The 2 sage might collided in the air and cancelled each other out, relieving him of the pressure. It was a short distance, but Jiang Changkong walked for an hour. As he stepped into the temple, the sage might dissipated and the reincarnation disc disappeared. Li Qing was horrified. He did not expect Qin Changkong to catch up so quickly. Jiang Changkong glanced at him. His gaze pierced through the mystic light and saw the statue through the gap. It had a human head and a snake body. Its right arm was naturally lowered, and its left hand was holding a chaos stone ball. Rays of mystic light flew out from the stone ball, but they were restricted to the temple and did not fly out. Li Qing, who was sprawled on the ground, felt that he could move again. A cold smile appeared on his face as he forced out a bit of immortal power. Buzz! When the celestial power came into contact with the mystic light sped up and intersected, forming a strange immortal formation that pressed down. Just as Li Qing was about to rush out, his body stiffened and flew uncontrollably toward Jiang Changkong. "Do you think I'll let you live?" Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Li Qing's body trembled, and he said malevolently, "The division formation has been activated. Just wait to be disintegrated." "Decompose? Like you?" Jiang Changkong's expression turned solemn. Li Qing's flesh and blood began to fall off, fusing into the mystic light array and dissipating. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Not to mention an intermediate immortal venerable like you. Even a late immortal venerable wouldn't be able to escape from this formation." Li Qing said savagely and let out a malicious laugh. "Originally, this empress wanted to have you lead the way to find the nest. Unfortunately, you've brought about your own destruction." Jiang Changkong let go of Li Qing. His body shone with a green light, but strangely he didn't feel any danger. The mystic light array seemed to ignore him. Reincarnation disc. He put away the reincarnation disc, but there was still no reaction. He put away the green light and divine power. The mystic light array was still not targeting him. Li Qing was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Impossible, how can you be fine? Li Qing roared in disbelief and disbelief. Jiang Changkong frowned and looked at the stone ball. That special aura was dissipating from the stone ball. It was the remnant power of time. Sorry for the offense. Jiang Changkong bowed, and a divine power flew out and entered the stone ball. The stone ball trembled, and the remnant power of the tributary of time was activated. The recorded information began to appear. Everything in the surroundings started to change. A blurry figure could not be clearly seen in the river of time. The figure with a human head and a snake body waved his hand and drew out a chaotic heaven abyss, using chaos divine stones to refine a temple. He refined a statue, and a group of immortals lived here, until one day this existence left, only leaving behind a wisp of power that fused into the chaos stone in the statue's hand. The descendants of the ancient immortals lived here. In the end, Ho-Tu came and modified this place, adding a blood pool. The ancient immortals could use their essence blood and the mystic light array to create descendants. After Ho-Tu left, many years later, the immortal spirits attacked. Countless immortal spirits commanded the chaos beasts to destroy this place. The immortal spirits and chaos beasts were broken down by the mystic light array, becoming nourishment for the blood pool. The ancient immortals finally activated the power in the stone ball, activating the holy power. In that battle, only a small number of the descendants of the ancient immortals survived. The immortal spirits and chaos beasts also suffered heavy casualties. Their blood flooded this place, and the aura of chaos polluted the blood pool. From then on, the descendants of the ancient immortals created by the blood pool became like the chaos beasts, violent, murderous, and even bloodthirsty. Many of the remaining late-stage immortals were also killed by these descendants. Almost all of them were wiped out. When only a few descendants of the ancient immortals were left, they surrendered to the immortal spirits. They took away part of the power in the stone ball and the method to create the blood pool. The scene ended there. Jiang Changkong looked at Li Qing, who was about to die. You were created by those traitors. Li Qing calmed down, even though he was about to die. I will come back to life. I will keep coming back to life. What a joke. This power will be used up sooner or later, and you are also created from essence blood. How much essence blood did the ancient immortals leave behind? He stepped on Li Qing, activating his divine power and turning him into minced meat. If I get rid of the aura of chaos here, will I be able to revive my bloodline and regain my consciousness? Jiang Changkong muttered to himself, thinking about the feasibility of it. It's useless. An old voice came from the stone ball. Jiang Changkong's expression froze as he looked at the stone ball. You are a remnant soul. The old voice sighed. The illusory voice appeared outside the stone ball. My name is Lu Qian, one of the descendants of the ancient immortals here. So it's Senior. Was it you who protected me from the immortal array just now? Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and said. The illusory voice shook its head and shuttled through the immortal array. This is a creation formation left behind by Goddess Nuwa. It was created according to the method of kneading soil to create humans. This formation doesn't affect living humans at all, so you won't be divided by the immortal array. Back then, Lu Qian had used the power of creation to protect a wisp of his remnant soul when he died in battle. That was also why he was able to survive until now. Originally, with the power of creation, he would be able to recover, be reborn, and even advance further with enough time. However, the descendants of the ancient immortals had betrayed him and forcefully taken away a portion of the power of creation. His remnant soul was severely injured, and he could only barely survive without being able to recover. He used the last bit of his power to preserve most of the power of creation and maintain this place. Traitors should be killed, Jiang Changkong said coldly. They took away a portion of the power of creation, But they didn't forget the remaining power of this place. They would come here every once in a while. I could only sleep and try my best to avoid consuming the power of creation. That's why the aura of the reincarnation disc alarmed me. Lu Qian explained and sighed. After so many years, I don't know how many bloodlines of the immortals they have created. They were originally left behind to deal with the immortal spirits, but now they've become their means. How ironic. Senior, may I ask what exactly is an immortal spirit? Why can it command the chaos beasts? Chapter 745. Celestial spirits. Lu Qian's remnant soul moved and floated to Jiang Changkong's side. You can think of them as chaotic beasts that gained intelligence. Gained intelligence? Jiang Changkong was stunned. Could it be that the primal chaos beast has repaired itself and transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial? No, I don't know what happened back then, but the chaotic beasts gained intelligence and called themselves celestial spirits. They thought they were the true rulers of the heaven realm and wanted to occupy it. The heavenly Tao collapsed because of this? And the ancient immortals left because of this? Jiang Changkong asked. Of course not. The celestial spirits were very weak at first. They had a chance to grow after the ancient immortals left, Lu Qian explained slowly. In the beginning, no one noticed the danger of the celestial spirits. The ancient immortals didn't know about the celestial spirits at all. They only became active after they left. They even invaded the heaven realm and destroyed many of its clans, almost unifying the heaven realm. Coincidentally, Huta came back. She came back to take away the descendants of the ancient immortals, but she encountered the celestial spirits that caused chaos in the heaven realm. Lu Qian didn't know the exact result of the battle. He only knew that Hutu almost destroyed the celestial spirits. Hutu left with a portion of the immortals and the remaining power of the celestial spirits. They were no longer a threat, and the descendants of the immortals were killed. To prevent the descendants of the ancient immortals from losing too much power, they modified the place and created new immortals with Emperor Wa's power of creation. However, Huta didn't expect the celestial spirits to rise again not long after she left. The ancient immortals were no match for them, which led to the current situation. This was similar to what Li Qing and the others had said. The celestial spirits rose faster than expected, and we learned about them again. Lu Qian's old voice was filled with a deep sigh. I don't know how the chaotic beasts gained intelligence, but they didn't transform into chaotic demon gods. If they had transformed into chaotic demon gods, their power would have been comparable to sages. After so many years, there were at least a lot of peak celestial venerables and even groups of half-saints. Moreover, chaotic demon gods were very powerful. Jiang Changkong only had the connate chaotic Tao body and was not as powerful as chaotic demon gods. Even he could challenge immortal venerables, let alone chaos demon gods. Back then, the ancient immortal god had at least struggled, causing the immortal spirit to pay a huge price. If it wasn't for someone surrendering in the end, they should have been able to hold on for a while longer. Jiang Changkong asked again, the Huta saint didn't leave any message back then? He didn't say he would come back? I'm not sure. Back then, the Huta sage communicated with several half-sages. Lu Qian shook his head. At that time, although he had reached the limit of the immortal venerable realm, he had not touched the sage realm and could not be considered a half-sage. At that time, he was not qualified. What about the route Huta's sage took to leave? I don't know. Perhaps only those half-sages know. However, before a half-sage died, he told me that the tributary of the river of time hid everything. Lu Qian pondered for a moment before replying, apart from the route you want to know, everything that has happened is within the tributary of time. Fine. Jiang Changkong shrugged. He still needed to find the tributary of the river of time. The two talked for a while more. Lu Qian said, with your strength and the reincarnation disc, you should be able to suppress all the immortal god bloodlines here. You want me to kill them? Jiang Changkong frowned. Destroy them completely. It's best if not a drop of blood is left. Even a drop of blood can be used by the immortal spirits. Jiang Changkong frowned. The immortal formation here wasn't weak. It wouldn't be a problem for him to undo it, but it would take a lot of effort to destroy it completely. I'll leave the rest of the creation power for you. Lu Qian entered the stone ball. It was a white ball of light that was gentle and full of vitality. Essence, energy, and spirit. 10 million essence, energy, and spirit? Wasn't that the power left behind by Empress Hua? Was the sage level so terrifying? According to his calculations, an early-stage sage should only have 10,000 points of essence, energy, and spirit. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. He was about to ask. Lu Qian explained, "This creation power has been refined by the Hoda sage and my ancient descendants for many years, and with the help of all kinds of chaos materials, it can live forever." What should I do? Hearing this explanation, Jiang Changkong was relieved. If Empress Hua had such essence, energy, and spirit with that little bit of power, he would wonder what level Empress Hua was at. Lu Qian said in a deep voice, "Everything here is based on the temple and Empress Hua's statue. I can reverse the creation array and destroy this place. What you need to do is kill the ancient descendants who come after us." Jiang Changkong didn't agree in a hurry. He frowned and looked at him. "What about you? There's no need for me to exist anymore." Lu Qian's remnant soul smiled. "No one can save me unless the sage returns. If you believe me, why don't you stay with me? When I become a Taoist, I'll definitely bring you back to life," Jiang Changkong promised. Lu Qian fell silent. "I don't want to live anymore. There's nothing worth remembering in this world. Also, don't you want to go and see if the ancient immortal gods have left?" Jiang Changkong said, "You fought with the immortal spirits and know them better than me. Why don't you stay and help me? You'll go find the ancient immortal gods." Lu Qian's divine soul shook violently. "Yes," Jiang Changkong said with certainty. "Also, I don't know if those traitors are dead or not. Will you feel at ease if you don't see them die with your own eyes?" Lu Qian sighed. "It'll be more troublesome to destroy this place if I stay, and it'll waste the creation power. I hate trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble." Jiang Changkong stretched out his right hand. "From today on, I'll use my divine power to nourish you and ensure that you live forever. Thank you." Lu Qian didn't hesitate anymore. He went into Jiang Changkong's body and sat cross-legged above the ocean of divine power. The remnant soul sent a message to Jiang Changkong, telling him the method of destruction. Jiang Changkong frowned and guided the creation light ball to reverse the creation array. Boom! The fortune formation spun in reverse. It was no longer creation, but destruction. Surges of fiendish blood energy soared into the sky, shaking the entire temple. Emperor Nua's statue started to collapse, and the stone ball in her hand was the first to shatter. The creation light ball's power kept pouring out, making Jiang Changkong's heart ache. "Are you regretting it?" Lu Qian smiled when he saw Jiang Changkong's heartache. "I feel sorry for you. You gave it to me in the first place." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and continued to guide the creation power. Lu Qian was more important than these essences. Although Lu Qian was only a remnant soul, he was an ancient descendant. There were many ancient secret arts, immortal sutras, and secrets recorded in his mind. In the future, when he brought them back to the heavenly realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to teach the younger generation. Roar! Roars resounded, and powerful energy waves came from the blood pool. The tyrannical descendants of the mortals and gods felt the destructive power and rushed over. Jiang Changkong destroying this place was destroying their roots, their birthplace. They had to stop him. He took out the reincarnation disc, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared again. The power of the sage artifact killed these descendants of the immortal gods. Chapter 746. although Jiang Changkong wanted to bring them back to the heavenly realm to see if he could exchange them for the power of the heavens. He decided not to. After all, they were the descendants of the ancient immortal gods. They had fought against the immortal spirits for their entire lives and died here. The reincarnation disk activated its holy might. The descendants shattered and dissipated, but their essence, energy, and spirit increased. Roar! Within the blood pool, a boundless divine might could be felt. A youth stepped onto the stone path, his killing intent intense. Celestial venerable, Jiang Changkong had a calm expression. He didn't care about an early stage, celestial venerable, rumble. As the reincarnation disk suppressed the descendants, many of them died. As their essence, energy, and spirit increased, the early stage, celestial venerable descendants died. The reincarnation disk kept expanding, destroying the place. The ghostly energy turned the place into netherworld soil and then completely destroyed. The chaotic energy drowned and destroyed everything. The temple also disappeared completely. The temple made of chaos divine stones turned to dust because of the creation array. The creation light ball still had 8 million essence, energy, and spirit. He only used 2 million, and killing the ancient immortal god descendants gave him 210,000 essence, energy, and spirit. After rushing out of the chaos abyss, Jiang Changkong contacted Lu Qian. If I use the creation power, will it affect you? It won't affect you much, just a little. It's fine, Lu Qian said indifferently. He was already in a remnant soul state and didn't have any combat power. It was fine even if he was weak. Jiang Changkong didn't hesitate and extracted the essence, energy, and spirit. From Lu Qian's point of view, he directly refined it, but this refinement didn't directly increase his divine power. Although it was strange, he didn't ask. When the creation light ball disappeared, Lu Qian only grunted. His soul dimmed a little, but it didn't completely dissipate. He sized up Jiang Changkong's divine power and the connate divine pattern with a hint of surprise. Then he saw the heavenly Tao fragment, the demon ancestor, the judiciary immortal position, and the demon spear fragment. Your fortuitous encounters are not bad. You actually have so many good things in your body. Lu Qian was surprised. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, My luck is good, but also bad. He was burdened with debts. The matters of the fiend ancestor and the Fey the Arch had yet to be settled. Taking out the chaos skeletal dragon, Jiang Changkong continued on his way. This time, they should be going directly to the lair of the ancient immortals and gods, right? If he encountered a race of primordial beasts, as long as there were no overly strong immortal venerables, he would be rich. He would be satisfied with just a few hundred immortal emperors. Lu Qian didn't recognize the Chaos Bone Dragon, so he was surprised. What's the use of this Chaos Bone Dragon? This was left behind by the Ho-Tu sage. It was also because of it that I was able to find this place. Jiang Changkong explained to him the function of the chaotic skeletal dragon. Only then was Lu Qian no longer shocked. In his opinion, as long as one was a sage, nothing could be more miraculous. The primal chaos skeletal dragon galloped through the primal chaos, and a man and a dragon left the primal chaos abyss. Jiang Changkong thought of something. The descendants of the ancient immortals want to return to the heaven realm and become the ancestors. Lu Qian frowned. He really didn't have any good ideas regarding this matter. What do you plan to do? Lu Qian asked. I don't have any ideas, that's why I'm asking you. Jiang Changkong shook his head. You can be considered their ancestor. What do you think they will do? I've been in a deep sleep for all these years, so I don't know the situation outside. Lu Qian sighed softly. Tell me about the situation in the heaven realm first. The heaven realm is now. Jiang Changkong told him everything without exaggerating. Of course, he didn't mention that the demon emperor was his sub-body. After listening, Lu Qian fell into deep thought. An hour later, he said, According to what you said, the immortal spirits have already infiltrated the heaven realm. It's just a matter of whether the four courts have submitted to the heavenly court. Submit? Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. It can't be, right? It's hard to say. According to what you said, they're now cleaning up the immortal spirits. When the descendants of the ancient immortals return, other than submitting to them, they can only start anew. Lu Qian said solemnly, the four courts will definitely not allow a fifth heavenly court to appear. If they want to enter, they can only join the four courts. If the descendants of the ancient immortals could obtain the favor of the heavenly Tao, they would be treasures to the four courts. If a force submitted to the immortal spirits, they could directly return to the heaven realm and support a heavenly emperor. Supporting a heavenly emperor is not a decision they can make. This is definitely not what the immortal spirits want. Jiang Changkong pondered. I can still contact my friends in the heaven realm. After a while, I can ask them about the situation. Do you have any suggestions about the power in the chaos realm? What do you think? Lu Qian asked. Of course, kill them if we can, but if we can't, we have to find a way to understand their situation. Jiang Changkong said solemnly. Find them first, and let me take a good look. I should be able to disguise you as them, Lu Qian said. Oh. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows, slightly tempted. Are you confident? All these years, I have not only been in hibernation, I have also studied their corpses and methods. Every time they go to heavenly abyss, I basically know. Lu Qian said confidently. Jiang Changkong did not expect Lu Qian to have such an ability. Fortunately, he did not send him to his death back then, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Jiang Changkong lay on the chaos skeletal dragon's back. Then do you know about the research of the ancient immortals? I'm not sure. The research of the ancient immortals stopped when they reached the chaos realm. I was born after that, so I don't know many things. Lu Qian replied. Jiang Changkong was a little disappointed. The ancient immortals did not even tell their own son. The chaos skeletal dragon moved quickly, and this time it took 3 days. The chaos skeletal dragon stopped again, and the jade strip on Jiang Changkong's body glowed. Old Lu, your grandson or great-grandson, might be nearby. I don't have such an unfilial descendant, Lu Qian said coldly. Jiang Changkong spread out his divine power, put away the chaos skeletal dragon, and merged into the chaos realm. Old Lu, how do you want me to hide? Jiang Changkong asked. Let me study them first. After so many years, I can only figure out what they are playing now by studying them carefully, Lu Qian said. 2 figures appeared in the chaos divine power, sitting in front of the chaos realm table, eating meat and drinking immortal wine. They were still discussing the matter of becoming an ancestor in the heavenly realm. The 2 of them were quite strong, and they were both peak immortal emperors. The chaos divine power silently entered the bodies of the 2 and sealed them in an instant. Jiang Changkong manifested and took them away from here. 2 beasts, you can eat the flesh of immortals and gods. Lu Qian's remnant soul trembled in anger, and he added, You can also eat the flesh of demons. Jiang Changkong, what do you have against the demons? However, it was common for immortals and gods to eat demons. After all, they were not of the same race. Lu Qian could not bear to watch his own kind kill each other. How do we do it? Jiang Changkong asked. Lend me your divine power to protect me. Wrapped in divine power, Lu Qian entered the 2's minds. Jiang Changkong did not understand the soul restriction in their minds, but this ancient descendant did. Jiang Changkong waited patiently by the side, using his divine power to protect him and seal the limits of the 2 immortal emperors. What a pity! It would be great if they were immortal spirits or chaotic beasts. Chapter 747. While Jiang Changkong was still researching, good news came from Mount Buzhou in the heaven realm. Demon Sovereign, the treasure map has been obtained. Sun Wuxing is on his way back. Sun Yuan walked in and whispered into the spirit demon emperor's ear. Even though he was excited, this matter was of great importance, so he didn't dare to say anything. The demon emperor nodded his head. He had struck it rich this time. Now that he had the treasure map, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a share of the immortal essence from the demon emperor, right? Very good. When he returns, this emperor will personally help Sun Wuxing become an immortal emperor. Joy appeared on the demon emperor's face. Demon sovereign, there's one more thing. The East Sea Dragon King has disappeared. Sun Yuan said softly. Disappeared? The demon emperor frowned. What happened exactly? Tell me in detail. Yes. Sun Yuan said respectfully. They found the dragon egg. The East Sea Dragon King went over and was directly taken away by the dragon egg. Apart from the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Qingyu also went with him. The Heavenly Court, the Immortal Court, and even the monster race sent by the Demon Emperor were taken away by the dragon egg. Their whereabouts are unknown. Missing? Jiang Chongkong frowned. I can't contact them. They followed that route, but they couldn't find the location of the real dragon egg. The projection is also completely illusory and can't be touched. Sun Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. Right now, they are all searching the vicinity of the projection. For now, there are no clues. The Demon Emperor pondered. If it was really the 1,000 dragon eggs arranged by Ho Tu, there shouldn't be a problem. As long as it was a true dragon, there would not be any accidents. The East Sea Dragon King was a true dragon. Ao Qingyu had also transformed into a true dragon. This should be their opportunity. Wait patiently. The Demon Emperor told him to leave and prepare to welcome Sun Wuxing back. Sun Wuxuan personally went out to wait. The matter of the treasure map was too important, and he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. On the way back, the immortal formation had already been destroyed and there were no obstructions. Running at full speed, it took him 2 days and 2 nights to reach the barrier and walk out of Mount Buzhou. Sun Wuxuan personally brought him back to the Demon Imperial Palace. Demon Emperor, the item has been retrieved. Sun Wuxing looked exhausted as he presented the treasure map with both hands. The Demon Emperor kept the treasure map, which was engraved with countless immortal array runes, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. There seemed to be a world hidden within the treasure map. A message was transmitted into the Demon Emperor's mind. The map of mountains and rivers. Empress Nvua's most precious treasure was a sacred item. After the demon's sovereign digested the information, a smile appeared on his face. This painting should be obtained by this sovereign. Peerless immortal king, go and rest first. After that, this sovereign will personally protect you and assist you in becoming an immortal emperor. Sun Wuxing hurriedly said, Thank you, demon sovereign. However, Wuxing can already become an immortal emperor without demon sovereign's help. It's just that I have been suppressing it. Good job. Sun Wuxuan patted him on the shoulder and said, A rank 7 celestial artifact. Demon Emperor, just get ready. Naturally. The Demon Emperor laughed. He also had a lot of materials in his hands. While he didn't have any immortal stones, he had plenty of other materials. He could even add primal god stones into the mix to raise the grade of the artifact. Thank you, Demon Monarch, Sun Wuxing said excitedly. This trip to Mount Buzhou was worth it. Not only did he become an immortal emperor, he even had a weapon. The Demon Emperor took out the materials and handed them to Sun Wuxuan. Immortal Emperor Wuxuan, I'll have to trouble you with this. I'm not proficient in refining weapons from the Flower Fruit Mountain. Don't worry, Demon Emperor. Sun Wuxuan clasped his hands, then somersaulted away. He wanted to borrow the Chaos Divine Flame in the relic to forge an immortal artifact. The Demon Emperor stood up and went to the Demon the Arch Palace. The Demon the Arch was also waiting for this sage artifact. He turned into light and left, and a voice came from inside. Demon the Arch, the Demon Emperor, is too much. During this period of time, my subordinates have almost all been snatched away by the Demon Emperor. Kuan Yu complained. Recently, many immortal kings of the demon race had betrayed the Demon Master and joined the Demon Emperor's camp. especially because of the addition of Aoi Numia. Many heaven-devouring pythons also followed the demon emperor. Seeing that all his subordinates were about to run away, he had no choice but to find the demon Dharch. "All right, I'll give you another batch of immortal kings." The demon Dharch comforted. "Second brother is indeed a bit too much. I'll talk to him later." "Talk my ass. Every time you see the demon emperor, you have a different face." Kuin, you knew very well that the demon Dharch had a different face in front of the demon emperor. However, he didn't dare to say anything. The demon emperor was his backer. If the demon emperor didn't support him, he would have nothing. What a coincidence! The demon master is also here. The demon emperor's voice came into the demon Dharch palace. The demon emperor's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Demon master, bring the Tai-in wine over. I want to drink with second brother." "Kuin-yu, what did you say just now? Didn't you want to talk to him?" "Demon emperor, you're too much." Kuin-yu's heart collapsed. The demon emperor hurt him too much. The demon emperor was about to speak, but the demon emperor raised his hand and said, "Let's drink and talk. I miss second brother very much." Kuin-yu left gloomily and went to get the Tai-in wine. The demon emperor then whispered, "Second brother, did you get the treasure map?" "Yes." The demon emperor nodded. The demon emperor nodded. When Kuin-yu got the Tai-in wine, he asked him to leave. Only then did he set up a divine power barrier. "Second brother, you can talk about the situation of the treasure map now." The demon emperor said, "The treasure map is Empress Wa's ultimate treasure, the mountain river map." The demon emperor took out the treasure map. A faint pressure came over, shocking the demon emperor. "Empress Wa is a mighty figure of our demon race. She is a sage. This mountain river map is also the ultimate treasure of our demon race." The demon emperor picked up the mountain river map and said emotionally, "Since the primordial era, the demon race has declined. Fortunately, with the protection of Empress Wa, we have a chance of survival." The demon emperor sighed and said, "Leaving this treasure behind is also to take care of our demon race." As he spoke, the demon emperor passed the method of controlling the treasure to the demon emperor. Of course, he held back. He didn't want the demon emperor to use this treasure against him in the future. This time, it's all thanks to second brother. The demon emperor's expression was solemn. "Clearing the immortal spirits and obtaining the power of heaven will be shared with second brother." "Big brother, how can this be? You are the demon emperor. Only by obtaining a large amount of power of heaven can you prove your Tao and become a sage. You can unify the heaven realm and recreate the glory of the primordial demon court." The demon emperor's expression changed. He spoke sincerely. At times like this, he had to be polite. However, the demon emperor's expression changed. He said seriously, "Second brother is right. Big brother should focus on the demon court. I won't share it with second brother." The demon emperor. "Damn, I was just being polite. Are you really not going to give it to me?" "Big brother." The corner of the demon emperor's mouth twitched. Should he take the treasure map and run? This demon emperor was really a good-for-nothing. He couldn't play with him anymore. The demon emperor seemed to know that he had gone too far. He pondered and said, 1%. "Big brother, second brother feels that the demon emperor can't tarnish your reputation. At least let the heavenly Tao bless you." The demon emperor said in a muffled voice, "If you continue to be so slow, don't blame me for falling out with you." 1%. It can't affect me becoming a sage and recreating the glory of the primordial demon court. The demon emperor said solemnly. Then 1%. Thank you, big brother. The demon emperor said. It was obviously impossible to share it equally. The demon emperor didn't eat it all. He was probably worried that after he went out he would spread the news. If the demon emperor really dared to eat it alone, he would definitely spread the news. "Demon master, let immortal Emperor Fengjiu and the immortal emperor of the Aoin bloodline come to see me." The demon emperor said. Chapter 748. Feng Jiao and the 10 immortal emperors of the Aoyin lineage had arrived. The demon, the arch, made them stand at the side and sealed the palace with his divine power, while the treasure map released its divine might. The expressions of the 2 immortal emperors changed. The aura of heaven escaped from their bodies and entered the stately painting. The demon Thearka's eyes turned cold, and a golden flame swept out, instantly turning the 2 immortal emperors into ashes. Feng Jiao and the other celestial monarchs' expressions changed, and they asked fearfully, "Demon monarch, what crime have we committed?" "Not guilty. They are the ones who are guilty, the hidden immortal spirits." The demon, the arch, said coldly, "Now that second brother has already obtained the treasure map, none of them can escape." "Congratulations, demon the arch. Congratulations, demon sovereign." Feng Jiao quickly flattered them. The remaining 8 immortal emperors quickly agreed. The beast emperor ordered the other immortal emperors to come over. Another batch of immortal emperors arrived. This time there were 3 of them. The demon emperors were very generous and gave 2 to the demon sovereigns. Then the demon emperor left. Most of the demon race's immortal emperors were outside, needing to be recalled. The demon emperor didn't believe it, but he had no choice but to leave. With 2 of them, there would be 200,000 essence, chi, and soul. This treasure map hid his divine power. Even if Fei the Arch would not be able to detect it, he would record how many immortal essences the demon emperor had dealt with and how many he had been given. Returning to the demon imperial palace, Sun Wuxuan had yet to return, so Sun Wuxing went to rest. Sun Yuanzheng closed his eyes and drank some immortal wine. His days were pretty good. "Demon sovereign, did the demon, the arch, give any rewards?" Sun Yuan asked carefully. Demon emperor asked, "How many demon immortal emperors are there?" "There are a lot of them. I'm not sure." Sun Yuan shook his head. The demon emperor promised to give this emperor a 10th. Just now he gave me 2. The demon emperor said. Sun Yuan didn't know how many immortal emperors the demon race had, or how many immortal spirits were hidden in the dark, so he couldn't say anything. No matter how many immortal emperors there were, if the demon emperor came and said that there were only 10 immortal essences hidden, he would be at a disadvantage. What could those who didn't know say? In the primordial chaos, Lu Gan finally emerged from the bodies of the 2 immortal emperors. His spirit shook violently. Jiang Changkong said worriedly, "Take it easy. Don't lose it." He was only a remnant soul, and he was in a weakened state. He was worried that Lu Qian would destroy him. "Don't worry, I won't die. I'm just angry," Lu Gan said angrily. "What did you find?" Jiang Changkong quickly asked, "Did you search his soul?" Lu Gan was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to tear the 2 of them to shreds. "No, I found the flesh and blood of my compatriots in their bodies. They were also created from the bloodline of the ancient immortal gods. If it was said that he ate the heaven realm's immortals, although he would be angry, he would definitely not be as angry as he was now. This was not something that the descendants of the ancient immortals and gods could do. Only the devils in the past would do something like this. In fact, some demons wouldn't even eat their own kind. I thought that you would have accepted it long ago." Jiang Changkong shook his head and told him about the Li siblings. In order to have an obedient one, he didn't hesitate to kill dozens of times and recreate it. This was even scarier than a psychopath. Lu Qian suppressed his anger and said, "I can't search his soul. I need to continue studying him." "So these 2 are useless?" Jiang Changkong sighed. "Just kill him. He looks disgusting," Lu Qian said with a look of disgust. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and the 2 of them disappeared, taking out the chaos skeletal dragon. Jiang Changkong continued on his way. At the same time he asked, "Can you help me disguise myself now?" Lu Qian shook his head. "Not yet. I still need to study him." "What exactly are you studying? Their internal structure?" Jiang Changkong asked. Although they were created from the same bloodline, there are slight differences in their body structure. Most importantly, there are restrictions in their souls. Lu Qian thought about it and explained, although the essence is the same as before, every restriction is different. I have made some slight changes. Hearing this, Jiang Changkong asked, "You want to imitate restrictions?" "That's right. Only restrictions can make them trust you. You can even make restrictions sense each other." Lu Qian sighed. After so many years, they have improved, but not by much. Even the immortal spirits don't dare to let them improve. Jiang Changkong sneered. Once they were out of one's control, it would be hard to say who was the master and who was the slave. Even if the immortal spirits were strong, they wouldn't be able to resist. It was too troublesome to suppress them again and again. Lu Qian immersed himself in his divine power. Unless I completely understand the restrictions in their souls, I can't search their souls. Jiang Changkong nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the chaos skeletal dragon stopped. It was still in its original position, where the jade strip had stopped. He patted the chaos skeletal dragon, but was unwilling to take another step forward. Apart from them, there are no other descendants of immortals and gods nearby. Jiang Changkong spread his divine power, but didn't find any other living beings. There wasn't even a chaos divine stone. Maybe they are here, but they are hiding, Lu Qian said softly. You have a way to find them? Jiang Changkong asked as he controlled his divine power. Lu Qian's soul rippled and sent a message. I will teach you a technique. Jiang Changkong felt the technique in his mind and held the jade strip in his hand. Divine power gathered and formed a special pattern on the jade strip. Buzz! A ray of light flashed and an invisible force spread out. In the gray chaos, a faint response was transmitted back. Jiang Changkong was delighted. He merged with the chaos and quickly approached. The immortal formation, hidden in the chaos, sealed everything. Ordinary immortal venerables wouldn't be able to detect it. Pushing away the chaos, mysterious patterns appeared in front of him. He didn't rush to make a move and let Lu Qian study it first. Lu Qian used his chaos divine power to pass through these patterns. 2 hours later, he returned to his body and taught him the method to open it. Jiang Changkong formed a hand seal and the immortal formation patterns silently separated, turning into a ray of light and entering. Ordinary immortals would only think that the gray divine power was a chaotic current. A world appeared in his sight. 2 immortal emperors guarded the entrance. The entrance is already open. Why isn't anyone coming? The 2 immortal emperors were puzzled. I will go out and take a look. Guard it well. One of the immortal emperors said and stepped out of the immortal formation. Jiang Changkong was already far away from them and entered a mountain peak. There were immortal formations and restrictions everywhere. Fortunately, they weren't strong. Most of them were at the immortal emperor level. Lu Qian could see through them at a glance. Standing on the peak and looking down, his gaze pierced through the layers of space, and he saw chaos beasts. These chaos beasts were very obedient and didn't kill people randomly. There were many immortals beside the chaos beasts, carefully serving them. Should we start capturing people now? Jiang Changkong asked Lu Qian. Yes, we can capture people to study while we investigate this place. Be careful and don't encounter too strong immortal venerables, Lu Qian instructed. Don't worry. Even if there are 2 strong immortal venerables, they won't be able to stop us. He still had 2 streams of life-saving baneful qi. Of course, he wouldn't waste them. Figuring out the situation here was the most important thing. He turned into light and left. He didn't look for 2 strong ones. He first looked for immortal lords and immortal kings. There were so many of them that the disappearance of a few wouldn't affect much. Chapter 749. Immortal lords and immortal kings could do research faster. Jiang Changkong shuttled through the immortal array to check on the situation here. This small world was relatively complete. The descendants of the ancient immortal gods lived together with the chaos beasts. They served the chaos beasts respectfully. Occasionally, some immortal gods would be thrown into the mouths of the chaos beasts and become food. Divine power slowly spread out, enveloping the entire small world to check on the situation. Voices of conversation entered his mind. These immortal gods were talking about how to serve the chaos beasts. Every once in a while, immortal spirits would come here to check. The 3 immortal supremacy-level chaos beasts he had invited previously were also sent out from here. Unfortunately, the immortal lords and immortal kings also had restrictions planted in their souls. Every living being here had restrictions placed on them. Not a single one was left out. Jiang Changkong knocked them out carefully so that they wouldn't notice anything wrong. These immortal gods were too tired from serving the chaos beasts and needed to rest. By the time they woke up, they had already been studied. After studying more than 100 immortal lords, Lu Qian heaved a sigh of relief and sent good news. You can disguise as an immortal lord. That's good. I finally don't have to hide anymore. But what identity should I use? Jiang Changkong was delighted. Only by communicating with these people could he understand this place. He wouldn't be able to find any useful information just by spying in the dark. There were even immortal supremacy-level restrictions in some places. He didn't dare to go there easily with his divine power. Lu Chunyang's bloodline. With me around, there won't be any problems with your identity. Lu Qian pondered and said, The only thing I'm worried about is whether they will record the bloodline of every immortal god. If there were records, then they would know if there was a person like him just by checking. Let's give it a try, Jiang Changkong said. Yes, I'll teach you a mystic art. Convert your divine power, Lu Qian transmitted. Jiang Changkong digested the mystic art, studied it, and converted his divine power. Scorching pure yang immortal power, mixed with some chaotic aura. Is there no ancient immortal god who cultivates chaotic divine power? Jiang Changkong sighed softly. Pure yang immortal energy was more than a level lower than his chaos divine energy. Not bad. Lu Qian said indifferently, Chaos divine power? Then you'll have to find a demon god descendant. All right, I'll set up an array in your divine soul first. Only by setting up restrictions in his divine soul could he communicate with these people and sense each other. Jiang Changkong was able to undo the restrictions easily. After all, it was set up by his god power and it was harmless to him. He was just dealing with this bunch of celestial gods. After the arrangements were completed, Jiang Changkong withdrew his heaven eye and changed his appearance, suppressing his strength to the limit of a mortal monarch. His divine power fluctuated, and he found Lu Chunyang's bloodline immortal spirit. The strongest person here was only in the advanced immortal emperor stage, so they wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Instead of rushing over, he hid in a dense forest and waited for Lu Qian to take over. Lu Gon circulated his divine power, and his divine soul rippled outwards. In the chaos stone house in the distance, many immortals sensed it and rushed over. Don't be the first to speak. Let's see what they ask, Lu Gon said. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He sensed that a few immortals were coming over. 3 young immortals arrived, all dressed in Taoist robes. A mid-stage immortal lord looked at him in confusion. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? My name is Lu Kuan. I don't know why I'm here either. Jiang Changkong was confused. Lu Qian had taught him that. Lu Kuan. The 3 immortals exchanged glances. One of the immortal kings said, Where did you live in the past? I don't know. I only know that I was born here. Jiang Changkong shook his head in confusion. The immortal king sized him up and carefully sensed that special aura. Follow us. We are all of the Lu family's bloodline. From now on, you will live with the Lu family. Lu family. Jiang Changkong was even more confused. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk, the immortal king said. Jiang Changkong followed them and listened to their story. Lu Chunyang's bloodline belonged to the Lu family. Li Jing's bloodline belonged to the Li family. Yang Jian's bloodline belonged to the Yang family. In this small world, there were mainly four major bloodline families. The Yang family, Lu family, Li family, and Zhu family were about the same strength. They all served the chaos beasts with all their might. Only by becoming an immortal emperor could they leave this place and go out to do missions. Of course, they could also return to the main family. They were just branches. It was said that the main family was very powerful. They basically had immortal supremacies and did not need to serve the chaos beasts. Let's stay here. Lu Liang, bring him to familiarize himself with what he needs to do, the immortal king instructed. The mid-stage immortal lord hurriedly said, "Yes." Jiang Changkong followed the immortal lord and took out a chaos divine stone. It contained a trace of special aura. "Take it. Our Lu family is loyal to Lord Immortal Spirit. Remember, if you anger Lord Immortal Spirit, no one can save you." Lu Liang's expression was solemn as he instructed, "Keep this Immortal Spirit Stone well. As long as you have this Immortal Spirit Stone, the Chaos Beasts will not eat you." "Thank you, Brother Lu Liang." Jiang Changkong hurriedly kept the Immortal Spirit Stone. Immortal Spirit? Hiding an aura in a Chaos Divine Stone. This was really similar to the method of hiding ruins. He followed Lu Liang out of the Chaos Divine Stone house and came to a spacious field. There were two Chaos Beasts here. They were identical to the early stage Immortal Supremacy Beast he had caught. However, this beast was slightly weaker. It only had the strength of a peak Immortal Emperor. With the Immortal Spirit Stone, the Chaos Beasts only took a glance at him and did not pay attention to him. Lu Liang quickly ran over and gently combed the beast's fur with immortal power. He instructed, "Look carefully. Don't mess up Lord's fur." "Look carefully." Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. How lowly! Lu Gan, who was in his body, was about to explode from anger. This Lu Liang had really thrown away Lu Chunyang's face. Jiang Changkong followed suit and combed the beast's fur. "This is quite simple." "Simple? You still have to learn how to catch food. Don't let Lord Immortal Spirit Stone starve." Lu Liang's expression was solemn. "Catch food? Where do we go?" Jiang Changkong asked. "There is a hunting zone between the four great bloodlines here. What we need to do is to go to the hunting zone and catch the three great bloodlines." Lu Liang said solemnly, "If we can't catch it 3 times, we will feed ourselves to Lord Ox. Of course, you might be caught by the other bloodlines to feed other lords." Jiang Changkong: "So, you are slaves and also food, right?" Lu Gan, who was in his body, was about to go crazy from anger. This was simply a lunatic. Those traitors wanted nothing more than to hack them into pieces and torture them for eternity. This was the result of joining the Immortal Spirit Stone. This was their way of survival. It was better to fight to the death back then. At least they could retain some dignity. "Do you remember clearly?" Lu Liang said coldly. "I've remembered it clearly. However, can I catch my own people?" Jiang Changkong looked at him with a trace of vigilance. Lu Liang smiled. "Don't worry. How can we catch our own people? We only catch enemies. You are King Bulsh T. Don't think that I have never seen other bloodlines eat immortals of the same bloodline." Chapter 750. As for Lu Liang's words, Jiang Changkong could only believe a little. He looked at the chaos bull in front of him and ignored them with his violent eyes. Jiang Changkong continued to chat with him and tried to get information from him. Other than being a little vague when it came to the matters of the Lu family, Lu Liang was only cruel towards the other bloodlines. Survival of the fittest. Only the most outstanding people could survive. The weaker ones could only become food for the chaos beasts. Jiang Changkong held the Immortal Spirit Stone. With this Immortal Spirit Stone, no matter what we do, Lord Bull won't eat us. Of course. So when you capture food in the future, remember to collect their Immortal Spirit Stones first. Lu Liang explained. The extra Immortal Spirit Stones can be used as merits and handed to Lord Bull. He will reward you and increase your strength. Thank you, brother, for your guidance, Jiang Changkong said gratefully. We are all of the Lu family bloodline, so we should help each other. Lu Liang smiled. Jiang Changkong combed the bull's fur. Brother, I have learned it. Let me serve Lord Bull. You can rest. Okay, then you have to serve him carefully. Don't make him angry. Lu Qian hesitated and agreed. Brother, don't worry. Jiang Changkong had a smile on his face. He would definitely serve them well. Lu Liang sat at the side and started to cultivate. Jiang Changkong's god power spread out and he knocked him out. He protected Lu Qian and let him inspect him. As he combed the bull's fur, he looked at the other chaos bull. There was also an immortal spirit serving it. God power spread out and covered the entire Lu family. The immortal emperor inside also fainted. Jiang Changkong tilted his head and punched the chaos bull. Moo! The chaos bull cried out in pain and was a little stunned. It probably didn't expect this slave to dare to hit it. Looking at the immortal spirit stone, the chaos bull didn't resist or attack him. It just moved to the side. Jiang Changkong's god power enveloped the area and punched again. The peak immortal emperor chaos bull was beaten half to death. It was suppressed in the reincarnation wheel. He looked at the other end and grabbed it. This was not the only branch of the Lu family. There were many more people in other places. This could only be considered a part of the branch. Jiang Changkong glanced at Lu Qian, who was still studying, and decided to go to the hunting area. With the immortal spirit stones in hand, he wasn't afraid of encountering any problems. The primordial chaos beast sensed the immortal spirit's aura and was very obedient. It did not retaliate even when it was beaten. The hunting area was a mountain range, and there were always experts active here. From immortal lords to immortal emperors, there were immortal gods participating in the hunt. These people all had immortal spirit stones on them. Moreover, there were a few chaos beasts near the hunting area. If he lost the immortal spirit stone, even if he could escape, he would be eaten by the chaotic beasts. Jiang Changkong's divine power spread out. He found a three-eyed immortal king, the Yang family's immortal king. With a jolt of his divine power, he knocked the man unconscious and kept it. He wanted to collect these bloodlines for Lu Qian to study. There were quite a number of immortal gods in the hunting zone. Jiang Changkong caught a small half of them, leaving the immortal emperors untouched. After returning to the Lu family, Jiang Changkong used his divine power to condense a primordial chaos bull. It looked pretty good. Lu Qian was already done studying it. He returned to his body and continued to study the other bloodlines and their restrictions. Lu Liang woke up slowly. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not sense it. There were quite a number of primordial chaos beasts here. If he caught all of them, he would definitely make a fortune. Also, he had to find the remaining power of time. On the other side, the Demon Emperor sensed the mountain river map. The Demon Emperor had killed 150 immortal spirits, but did not give any to him. After giving him 2 immortal Emperor-level immortal spirits, he had forgotten about him. This meant that he was going to start taking everything for himself. Should I remind the Demon Arch? Although not all of these 150 immortal spirits were immortal emperors, the power of heaven was quite a lot. Demon Emperor, these are the Khanate spirit stones that we have collected these days. Sun Yuan handed an interspatial ring to the Demon Emperor. After the Demon Emperor accepted it, he frowned slightly. Sun Yuan, how is the spirit stone mining going on in Mount Buzhou? It's almost done. If we can't find new spirit stone mines, the resources will be cut off. Sun Yuan sighed softly. He paused and said, recently, the Demon Master has people collect some resources, saying that he wants to hand them over to the Demon Court's treasury. The Demon Emperor's frown deepened. It was one thing to take everything for himself, but now he wanted to snatch his resources. How many resources does the Demon Master want? Bring people to snatch them back. This is called fair competition, the Demon Emperor said coldly. Yes. Sun Yuan was delighted. He had wanted to do this for a long time. The demon emperor said indifferently, "Summon immortal Emperor Wuxuan." Soon, Sun Wuxuan arrived. "Demon Emperor, why are you looking for me?" "How is the matter I asked you to investigate?" asked the demon emperor. "No clues. There have been no unfamiliar immortal emperor faces in the demon race recently." Sun Wuxuan shook his head. "Not even the immortal slaying sect. They might be hiding too well." The demon emperor nodded. If the descendants of the immortal gods wanted to come silently, they would definitely hide well. It was fine if they started from scratch, but they were afraid of hiding among the major factions. "Demon Emperor, the demon emperor invites you." Kuan Yu arrived and said indifferently, regaining some confidence. Bang! The demon emperor gave him a slap and stepped on him to leave, asking for a beating. As Kuan Yu cursed, the demon emperor arrived at the demon emperor palace. "Big brother, did you call me here to split the 10th?" asked the demon emperor. The demon emperor sighed softly. "Second brother, I lost out. I only found 5 immortal essences. I gave you 2. The demon emperor: "Do you believe that I will slap you to death? If not for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have kicked you off the throne long ago and become the demon emperor myself." "Second brother, please sit. I called you here to obtain more benefits." The demon emperor changed the topic. The demon emperor's expression was slightly ugly. "Big brother, tell me. Now that the demon court has been purged, the treasure map is no longer of much use here," said the demon emperor indifferently. As for taking the treasure map and enveloping the heavenly realm to clean up all the remaining immortal essences, the demon emperor was not that stupid. Those factions would all want to take the treasure map for themselves. At that time, it was very likely that they would join forces to force the demon emperor to hand over the treasure map. Now, the demon emperor wanted to throw the treasure map away, but he could not bear to do so. He was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. The demon emperor looked at the treasure map and asked, "Big brother, what do you want to do? Secretly ally with a faction and lend the treasure map to him?" The demon emperor pondered. The demon emperor chuckled. "Big brother, do you think this method is feasible? I'm afraid that the other party will not want anything but the treasure map. If it was the 3 courts, they would definitely want the treasure map. However, to give them a large amount of resources to help clean up the immortal essences, that was impossible. The immortal essences were related to the power of heaven and related to their future Tao. The 3 major sects? The demon emperor pondered. If second brother can convince them, I will give you half. Do you think I'm a fool to be toyed with? Since you have such thoughts, then this empress will accompany you. Big brother, I can try the Zhanyuan celestial sect with my relationship with Jiang Changkong, said the demon emperor after thinking. The Zhanyuan celestial sect did not need the power of heaven and focused on their own cultivation. They could cooperate. It was the same for Penglai. As for the immortal slaying sect, forget it. The immortal slaying sect should have immortal essences, and their status was not low. They might run away with the treasure map. Chapter 751. The demon emperor went to the Zhanyuan celestial sect, still angry. The demon emperor actually didn't give him the stately painting. Instead, he waited for him to come to an agreement before personally discussing it with Venerable Jinchuan the Celestial. What did that mean? Do you really think of me as your subordinate and continue to eat alone? After entering the Zhanyuan celestial sect, he arrived at the peak of the mountain with ease. Celestial Supremacy Jinchuan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion with a hint of surprise. Demon Monarch, why do you have the time to come to my Zhanyuan celestial sect today? The Yao Emperor sat down cross-legged and had Sun Wuxuan, Kuan-Yu, and the other Yao withdraw. Kuan-Yu sat down and said arrogantly, "The demon Tharch asked me to follow the demon emperor to discuss important matters with the demon Tharch." Venerable Jinchuan set up his divine power and activated the restrictions on the mountain to envelop them. The demon sovereign glanced at Kuan-Yu. He was sent by the demon the Arch to monitor him. It was just that he didn't know how to send someone stronger. Demon Emperor, speak your mind. Immortal Lord Zhenxian looked at the Demon Emperor. As for Kuan-Yu, he chose to ignore him. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "A few days ago, my subordinates obtained a treasure map and found out that it was the mountain and river map. The Demon Emperor has already cleaned up the demon court." Venerable Zhenxian's expression changed. "The Demon Emperor is here." The Demon Emperor wants to help Venerable Zhenxuan clean up the immortal spirits hidden in the sect, said the Demon Emperor. Celestial Lord Zhen, Xian pondered. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly and waited for his response. Kuan-Yu said, "The essence-suppressing celestial sect seeks the Tao wholeheartedly and does not seek the power of heaven. They focus on themselves. This time, the Demon Arch is willing to help without taking any resources." Demon Emperor, Demon Arch, you really sent a retard. Venerable Zhenxuan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Kuan-Yu continued, "The Demon Arch is willing to join forces with the Zhenyuan celestial sect to create a perfect heavenly realm. At that time, the Zhenyuan celestial sect will continue to guard the celestial realm and confer the title of Earth Immortal Ancestor." Ah, Venerable Zhen, Xian sighed softly. "These are the words that the Demon Emperor asked you to bring?" "Yes," said Kuan-Yu. Venerable Zhen, Xian, pinched his fingers. After a while, he said earnestly, "Demon Master, there might be a bloody disaster in the next few days. Don't go out." Kuan-Yu. The Demon Emperor was silent. Venerable Zhenxian was right. He was just about to teach Kuan-Yu a lesson. He swore that he did not reveal it to Venerable Zhenxian. "Go back and tell the Demon Arch that Zhenxuan has agreed," said immortal Venerable Zhenxuan. "Thank you, Venerable Zhenxian." Kuan-Yu said gratefully and stood up. "Goodbye." The Demon Emperor stood up and said, "If I have time in the future, I will come again to disturb you. I won't be sending you off." Immortal Lord Zhen Xian smiled. After they left, the futon that the Demon Emperor was sitting on had a wisp of grayish gold divine power. Venerable Zhen Xian withdrew his divine power and checked the information inside. The map of mountains and rivers, the method to collect and control it, and some connate spirit herbs and ores. It seems that cooperating with the Demon Emperor is the most worthwhile. Venerable Zhen Xian chuckled. As for the Demon Arch, he didn't care. The Demon Arch and Demon Sovereign were indeed at loggerheads, but they were brothers on the surface. The Demon Emperor had not asked for the golden crow egg from the heavenly court. He seemed to have forgotten about it. With a thought, a compass appeared in his hand, and some information entered Venerable Zhen Xian's mind. A creature created by the bloodline of the immortal god? Venerable Zhen Xian frowned. The immortal spirits really have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. I have to think of a way to avoid them and preserve the strength of the sect. It was not that he was timid, but that the appearance of the immortal god bloodline would definitely cause a bloodbath. The heavenly realm would probably not be stable. Not long after, Venerable Zhenxian ordered his disciples and elders to return. The Demon Arch also secretly came over. Venerable Zhenxian said calmly, "Demon Arch, leave the treasure map to me. The immortal spirit will be given to the Demon Arch." The Arch hesitated for a moment. "Let's act together. The Demon Arch must stay in the Demon Arch Palace. If someone finds out that the Demon Arch has appeared in the Zhenyuan celestial sect, many people will be uneasy." Venerable Zhen Xian said calmly. The Arch was still a little worried. Venerable Zhen Xian's expression turned cold. "Why? Does the Arch not trust me?" "You misunderstood, Celestial Arch. I just want to help so that you won't be too tired," the Demon Arch hurriedly said. Venerable Zhen Xian didn't say anything. The Demon Arch smiled, left the treasure map, and got up to leave. If he came to find Venerable Zhen Xian, he might not agree. Since the demon emperor had come, if they were to make a deal and split a portion of the loot, he could only accept it. He hoped that the demon emperor would not go overboard this time. After the demon, Dharch left. Venerable Zhenxian left with the treasure map and began to clean up the sect. After returning to the demon court's territory, Kuan Yu's head was bleeding. Sun Wuxuan had beaten him. Venerable Celestial Zhenxian's calculations were too accurate. There really was a bloody disaster. Kuan Yu felt extremely sullen. As a demon master, he should only be inferior to the demon Dharch and demon sovereign. However, Sun Wuxuan, that damned monkey, didn't give him any face at all. After returning to the Demon King palace, the Demon King patiently waited for news. He believed that Venerable Zhenxian would leave an immortal spirit for him. He told Sun Yuan to pass down the resources to the disciples of the Zhenyuan celestial sect. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The Zhenyuan celestial sect had been cleaned up. The Demon Emperor obtained 3 Immortal Emperor Grade Immortal Essences and 10 Immortal King Grade Immortal Essences. The Demon Emperor obtained 5 Immortal Emperors and 23 Immortal Kings. The harvest was not bad, but it was far from what the main body had obtained. The Penglai Immortal Lord had agreed as well, and secretly cleaned up the Immortal Essences, similar to the Zhenyuan celestial sect. For the Penglai Immortal Sect, the Demon Emperor obtained 6 Immortal Emperors and 21 Immortal Kings. The other Immortal Lords were given to the Demon Emperor as well. With that done, the treasure map returned to the Demon Emperor's hands. Of course, it was not that the Demon Emperor was kind enough to return it to him, but that he could throw it away after using it. After all, holding that sacred item would burn his hand. The Demon Emperor called Sun Yuan, passed down the order to give this map to the Immortal Kings of the Immortal Slaying Sect. Make sure that all factions know that they have obtained the treasure map. Yes, I understand. Sun Yuan put away the treasure map with an excited look. Sun Yuan summoned the Northern Demon, who had already become an ultimate Immortal King. The Northern Demon entered Mount Buzhou and quickly arrived at the Immortal King's area of activity. He then looked around and saw that there were celestial court divine kings nearby. The treasure map naturally had restrictions, and he had learned quite a bit about Mount Buzhou's restrictions. Taking out some materials, he casually laid down an Immortal Emperor Limit Immortal Array and left without a sound. Boom! A violent surge of immortal power surged, repelling the Immortal Slaying Sect disciples. Not far away, the celestial court divine kings were alarmed and all rushed over. A treasure map was projected in the void, and on it were mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. The faint saintly might made all the immortal kings unable to get close. This is a treasure map? A divine king exclaimed and directly rushed over. Immortal Slaying Sect disciples retreat. This treasure map belongs to the celestial court. Bullshit, this was discovered by the Immortal Slaying Sect first. It should belong to us. The immortal kings of the Immortal Slaying Sect were furious. Every faction in the heavenly realm wanted the treasure map. Instantly, a group of immortal kings fought over the treasure map. Not long later, the Heavenly Court Immortal Kings also arrived. Heavenly King Ziwei brought a group of immortal kings over. The people from the Celestial Court were not slow either. In just a few minutes, they all received news. The monster race also came. The heaven-devouring Python Xian, Mia, brought the monster race, Celestial King, and joined in. However, most of the monster race immortal kings were the subordinates of the Demon Master. There were very few subordinates of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 752. Blood flowed like a river on Mount Buzhou. The Demon Emperor listened to his subordinates' reports and told them not to bother too much. They just had to ensure that not too many of his subordinates died. As for the Demon Master subordinates, it was none of his business. The stately painting hid his divine power. No matter who obtained it, they wouldn't be able to hide it from him. Moreover, those people didn't have the complete method to control it. Neither the demon emperor nor Zhan Xian, celestial venerable, had it. On the other side, his main body had also made some progress. Although Lu Gan hadn't figured out how to disguise as an immortal emperor, he could disguise as an immortal king now. Jiang Changkong didn't reveal his immortal king cultivation. He had participated in a hunt and caught 3 mid-stage immortal lords. His status was now higher than Lu Liang's. He didn't care for the rewards. 1 immortal spirit stone was exchanged for 6 top-tier, 5th-grade immortal stones. He caught another 2 primordial beasts, both of which were late-stage immortal emperors. He had a good understanding of this world. The strongest was a mid-stage immortal venerable, an ancestor of the Yang family. There were 3 early-stage immortal venerable chaos beasts and many immortal emperors. Jiang Changkong had complete control over the Lu family. He could do whatever he wanted. Roar! With a painful roar, Jiang Changkong caught another chaos beast, Brother Kuan. When he returned to the Lu family, Lu Liang followed him like a lackey. Now, it was Lu Liang's turn to serve the chaos bull while Jiang Changkong rested. Work hard, Jiang Changkong encouraged. Yes, I will, Lu Liang said hurriedly. Lu Liang hurriedly replied. He paused for a moment before he continued. Brother Kuan, there should be news about your background very soon. Is that so? Jiang Changkong was pleasantly surprised. How much longer? There should be news in 3 days, Lu Liang replied. Lu Liang replied, based on my guess, one of the lords probably passed by here and tossed Brother Kuan in. I think so too. Jiang Changkong smiled. How about you? How did you come here? Lu Liang smiled and said, I came with my family. When I was born, I was like Brother Kuan. I didn't know anything. Tell me in detail. I don't know anything either. If I'm in a good mood, I'll catch a prey for you next time, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Liang's spirit was lifted. Thank you, Brother Kuan. Listen up, Brother Kuan. The descendants of the ancient immortals of this world had all migrated over. They were born in another world. That was their old nest, possessing the power of natural luck, able to continuously create new immortals. After they were born, the weaker ones would migrate out. If they could reach the peak of the immortal emperor stage, immortal reverent stage, they would have the chance to return to that world and become a member of the main sect. This was also their dream. However, it was a pity that Lu Liang was simply too weak. Even after so many years had passed, he was still only an immortal. There was no way he could return to the main sect. In this world, only the few immortals at the peak were qualified to go back. However, they couldn't return often either. They had to guard this place and look after this world. As for the hunting area, so many people died every year, but they didn't care. They could create more. These immortals had to be experts. This was also the requirement of the immortal spirits. There was a basic standard for how many died every year. This was also the food they provided for the chaos beasts. Do you still remember the way back? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Liang shook his head. In the chaos, there are no treasures. One can't even tell the direction. How can one find the way back? Jiang Changkong patted his shoulder and asked, to investigate my background, do we have to contact the Lu family's main sect and wait for them to send news back? Yes, we were born in the main sect. The main sect will register us. Lu Liang said, as long as the main sect checked if there was a person named Lu Kuan, they would be able to confirm his identity. Go do what you need to do. Jiang Changkong smiled. Lu Liang went to serve the chaos bull that was condensed with divine power. He was careful and unusually respectful. Old Lu, I think it's time to act. Jiang Changkong contacted Lu Qian. But I need a chance to get close to that mid-stage immortal reverend. It's best if I sneak attack him and injure him severely. In 3 days, there would be news. If he really waited for 3 days, it might not just be a piece of news. It would be a terrifying existence. Discovered that there was one more person in the branch sect? The 3 early-stage immortal reverent chaos beasts had disappeared. Li Xiao and the rest were also dead. The main sect might send a powerful immortal reverend after receiving this news. He had already figured this place out. There was no need to waste time here. Then you need to transform into someone from the Yang family. Coincidentally, the Yang family also has 3 eyes. It's just that it's a little difficult to sense the bloodline. Lu Qian pondered and said, "Moreover, if you release your strength, you will be discovered. If you can't release your strength, you won't be qualified to come into contact with him. I can capture one of the bloodline and suppress him in my body. When the time comes, the bloodline will be activated." Jiang Changkong thought about it and said, "As for getting close to him, it's indeed a little difficult. But what if I lure him out? That's not appropriate. Why don't I try hiding in an immortal emperor's body and use the reincarnation wheel to conceal myself?" Lu Qian said, "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can only use force." Jiang Changkong sighed. If he used force, it would be a little troublesome. After all, apart from a mid-stage immortal reverend, there were still 3 early-stage immortal reverend chaos beasts. He was confident that he could fight a mid-stage immortal reverend head-on, but it was hard to say whether he could win or kill them. With a thought, Lu Liang and the others fainted. Jiang Changkong kept the chaos bull and turned into light as he headed towards the Yang family. He found a peak immortal emperor and hid in his body. He circulated his divine power and knocked him out. He controlled his body and prepared to meet that mid-stage immortal reverend. Wait, let's get a scapegoat first. Lu Qian's soul rippled and reminded, "You are really experienced." Jiang Changkong smiled. It was indeed a little inappropriate for him to rush in so recklessly. If he went to meet a mid-stage immortal reverend for no reason, it would be suspicious. His divine power dissipated, and he found another late-stage immortal emperor. Jiang Changkong controlled his body and stored a torrential amount of divine power before going to meet the mid-stage immortal reverend. The rest of the Yang family were either cultivating or taking care of the beasts. An immortal emperor came to the front of the temple and said respectfully, "Old ancestor, I have something to report." "Enter." An old voice sounded and the door of the temple opened automatically. The late-stage immortal emperor entered respectfully. An old man with 3 eyes sat cross-legged at the center of the temple. Divine power surged around him. "What happened?" The old man asked calmly. "Old ancestor, a few lords have gone missing and some of our people have died. I couldn't find the reason, so I came to report it to you and ask you to help." The late-stage immortal emperor bowed and lowered his head. "Lords have gone missing?" The old man's expression changed slightly. He stood up and stared at him. "Speak, what is the exact situation?" The exact situation, the late-stage immortal emperor's gaze turned cold and he sent a palm towards the old man. The old man was shocked as if he didn't expect it. He allowed the palm to land on his body. "Huh." The old man's body exploded and turned into minced meat. The late-stage immortal emperor was stunned. This clearly wasn't a mid-stage immortal reverend. That immortal reverend had indeed sensed something. Just as he was about to move, a cold light shot over. The late-stage immortal emperor's chaotic divine power erupted to block the cold light. Chapter 753. Boom! Boundless divine power gathered as the late-stage immortal emperor's body collided with the temple. An old man with 3 eyes between his eyebrows looked at him coldly. "You really have guts. Do you think I don't know you're here? I wonder when did you notice me?" A late-stage immortal emperor wiped the blood off the corner of his lips. He still had some god energy left in his body. The old man's eyes were cold and his killing intent surged. "The entrance is open, but there are no living creatures." Someone from the Lu family suddenly appeared. At this point, divine light shone like a sword. The heavenly eye on his forehead shone, and the might of a celestial venerate shook the entire palace. The mighty god power of a late-stage immortal emperor dissipated and turned into a saber radiance. Boom! The light from the heaven's eye shone, and the saber radiance dispersed. Inside the temple, only the old man was left. It's just divine power, but it's already so powerful. The old man's expression darkened. Although he did not use his full strength, he could sense that Jiang Chankong's strength was no weaker than an ordinary immortal venerate. Patriarch, the immortals and deities rushed over in a panic. It's nothing, the old man said indifferently. The 5 immortal emperors looked at the temple and heaved a sigh of relief. The old man looked at them with a cold expression. Would they continue to hide in his immortal emperor's body? The celestial eye on his forehead throbbed, enveloping the 5 immortal emperors. The 5 immortal emperors were terrified. Old ancestor, please spare us. The light from the heavens' eye fell, but there was no damage. The old man waved his hand and said, "All right, you can all leave." After saying that, he turned around, thinking about something. The 5 immortal emperors heaved a sigh of relief and respectfully retreated. Jiang Chankong was hiding in his immortal emperor peak body. He frowned and contacted Lu Qian. "How can we give up?" "Don't be in such a hurry," Lu Qian said indifferently. "This old man is very vigilant. I left my back to you, waiting for you to come out." "All right, looks like we'll have to wait for the next opportunity," Jiang Chankong said with some disappointment. "No, the best time to strike is when the old man closes his door. Get ready." Lu Qian sneered. Jiang Chankong already had the reincarnation disc in his hand. He controlled the immortal emperor limit and retreated. The 5 immortal emperors retreated from the temple, and the old man's face had already regained its indifference. A stream of divine power controlled the door of the temple. Now, 6 Daos as 1 sky splitter. Jiang Chankong did not hesitate. This was his only chance. 6 Daos as 1 reincarnation. The power of opening the heavens tore through the void and shattered small worlds. Ho Tu's void figure appeared, an existence that had existed since time immemorial, displaying exceptional might once again. The old man's expression changed. Under the reincarnation Saint Might, his strength dropped drastically. He really did not expect that Jiang Chankong would choose this time to make a move. Previously, he had guessed that it might be hidden among the 5 immortal emperors. But when he attacked, there was nothing strange. They all retreated obediently, their hearts already relaxed. The power of heaven splitting arrived in an instant. The old man could only use his god force. The mid-grade 8th grade immortal artifact, the 3-pointed double-edged saber, slashed the void. Boom! The wheel of reincarnation descended, engulfing the old man with heaven-splitting power. The shrine collapsed and boundless energy surged out. Immortal venerables, blood, spilled out. The 3-pointed, double-edged blade broke, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The void collapsed and the formation was destroyed. Boundless primal chaos energy wildly surged into this miniature world. Jiang Chankong grabbed a handful of pills to recover his god force. Then he brought the wheel of reincarnation into the god force whirlpool. At the center of the collision, the old man's body cracked, his arms shattered, and his immortal, venerable blood poured out. Golden blood also seeped out of the 3 eyes on his forehead. Again, Jiang Chankong raised the wheel of reincarnation and smashed it down. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated his immortal power to block the wheel of reincarnation. Boom! The wheel of reincarnation landed, directly smashing the old man into the primal chaos. A wound pierced through his body. Golden blood surged out like a river from his cracked immortal body. Jiang Chankong's expression was cold, and the wheel of reincarnation kept smashing down. The old man could still survive after taking his heaven, splitting head-on. This was enough to prove the strength of a mid-stage immortal venerable. However, this strength would only make his situation worse. He was heavily injured by the heaven-splitting move and was almost half crippled. Now he was hit again and his injuries worsened. The old man shouted angrily. His immortal power surged, forming a three-pointed, double-edged blade. He slashed open the primal chaos and faced the wheel of reincarnation. Boom! Uft! The wheel of reincarnation landed, and blood splattered everywhere. The golden blood dyed the primal chaos golden. The three-pointed, double-edged blade shattered, and the six paths of reincarnation suppressed the old man and the primal chaos. Jiang Chongkong! A mournful roar, a roar of indignation and endless grievance. The old man never expected that he would lose to Jiang Chongkong before he could even unleash his full strength. Goodbye. I hope that the next you can still become an immortal venerable. Jiang Chongkong shouted coldly, and the wheel of reincarnation landed. Boom! The power of reincarnation drowned the old man. The might of the sage artifact shattered the immortal body. This time, Jiang Chongkong paid attention to his spatial equipment and did not break it. The wheel of reincarnation dissipated, and a spatial ring remained. The immortal body had already turned to dust. Jiang Chongkong put away the ring and contacted Lu Qian in his body. The older, the wiser. It's all thanks to you, old Lu. Lu Qian smiled coldly. It's nothing. After being reborn, you are still the same. You know him? Jiang Chongkong asked in surprise. I don't know how many times I've met the previous him. Lu Qian sighed. Jiang Chongkong did not say anything else. He forcefully absorbed the chaotic aura and recovered his cultivation. He consumed some pills before entering the small world again. The wheel of reincarnation was released and manifested in the void. It expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire small world. The immortal arrays shattered one after another, and roars sounded continuously. The chaos beasts and the descendants of the immortal gods roared angrily at the same time. However, the wheel of reincarnation was too powerful and terrifying. Be it immortal kings, immortal emperors, or even peak immortal emperors, they could not resist at all. The remaining 3 chaos beasts that could resist obediently lay down after seeing the immortal spirit stones in Jiang Chongkong's hand. Bang! Jiang Chongkong punched the chaos beasts, but they still did not retaliate. The other immortal gods were dumbfounded when they saw this. Their last hope now was the 3 chaos beasts. However, Jiang Chongkong had the immortal spirit stones. They gave them to him. Rumble. The small world was being destroyed, and one immortal god after another died. On the other hand, Jiang Chongkong was frantically guarding the primal chaos beasts and their spatial equipment. He was rich after robbing this small world. The chaotic aura flooded in and began to assimilate the small world, returning it to chaos. Jiang Chongkong used a day to clear out most of the immortal gods and capture some to make sure that he did not miss anything. Their spatial equipment was in their hands, and the ferocious chaos beasts were also subdued. As the small world was destroyed, Jiang Chongkong finally found the remnant power of time. It was isolated underground and sealed by an immortal array. It was only revealed when the small world was destroyed. Jiang Chongkong injected his immortal power and activated the power of time to check the information left behind. This small world was also created by the ancient immortal gods. However, it was taken down by the immortal spirits. It became the territory of the immortal spirits. They used this world to breed the chaos beasts and the descendants of the ancient immortal gods. At first, they left the power of creation here to build the blood pool, but they moved away. This was all the information recorded by time. It's not valuable, said Jiang Chongkong with some disappointment. There's no hurry. We will find it eventually as long as the tributary is still there, said Lu Qian. Chapter 754. After leaving the small world area, Jiang Chongkong merged with the chaos and quickly disappeared. He took out the reincarnation disc and spatial equipment and called Lu Qian over to check their gains. This is quite a lot, Jiang Chongkong said happily. Looking at the chaos beasts, Jiang Chongkong was excited. There were 3 early-stage immortal venerables and 35 immortal emperors. 250 immortal kings, and 300 immortal lords. There were no lower-level ones. They should still be young and needed to be taken care of by the immortals. Lu Qian counted the immortal stones. The descendants of the ancient immortals had many resources. When immortals entered the heavenly realm, these ancient immortal god bloodlines would receive many rewards even without participating. After all, they were going to raise chaos beasts. 8th grade immortal stones, mid-grade 20, low-grade 36. 7th grade immortal stones, top grade 1,300, high grade 2,400, middle grade 4,000, low grade 13,000, essence, spirit 3,416,000. Extracted essence, spirit, and spirit, there were only 17 million. Including these chaos beasts, the demon emperor had less than 30 million resources. Jiang Changkong took out the chaos bone dragon and continued on his way. Old Lu, did you leave behind any treasures when you were young? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Qian was immersed in his divine power. Even if I did, it would have been long gone. Speaking of which, I'm so pitiful. Jiang Changkong shook his head and sighed. I was forced to run to the chaos and spent so much effort to destroy a small world, but this is all I got. One should be content. I'm the most pitiful one. Lu Qian was depressed. He was only left with a wisp of his divine soul. We're both pitiful people. I won't disturb your research anymore. Jiang Changkong did not say anything else and focused on his journey. After destroying the small world, he had left a portion of his immortal gods, including some immortal emperors, in the reincarnation disk. Lu Qian's research was not complete. Jiang Changkong was still waiting to disguise himself as an ancient immortal god. The Chaos Bone Dragon moved forward quickly. Jiang Changkong contacted the Demon Emperor. The treasure map had been released and was obtained by the Divine Court first. The Celestial Emperors wrangled for a period of time before deciding who would be the first to try it out. The Celestial Court was used first, followed by the Celestial Court and then the Heavenly Court. As for the Demon Court, it was ranked fourth. As for the sects, they were even further behind. The demon, the Arch, couldn't be bothered to fight with them. The Demon Court had already been cleaned up. The Zhenyuan Celestial Sect began to send its disciples into hiding in Mount Buzhou. Now, the safest place was Mount Buzhou, which immortal emperors could not enter. Venerable Immortal Zhenyuan personally watched over the immortal emperor experts. The heavenly realm regained its peace once again. There was still no news from Little Dragon King and the others. After obtaining this information, Jiang Changkong concentrated on searching in the primal chaos. 3 days passed, and a powerful immortal venerable arrived at the place where the small world was previously. Looking at the destroyed small world, the celestial venerable left directly. Since Jiang Changkong had run away, there was nothing he could do. The chaos skeletal dragon was still moving forward without any signs of stopping. Lu Qian's research had also made some progress. After walking for another 3 days, the Chaos Bone Dragon stopped and no longer advanced. Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power spread out and began to investigate the surroundings. Strands of primal chaos divine power merged into the primal chaos, making it hard to detect. 14 immortals appeared in his senses. They were carrying pieces of primal chaos divine stones and building a temple. An ancient immortal aura emanated from under the stone road made of primal chaos divine stones. Among these immortals, the weakest were early-stage immortal emperors and the strongest were peak immortal emperors. Jiang Changkong collected the Chaos Bone Dragon and approached them. The peak immortal emperor directed them to build. Make it look real. This is the Divine Palace of Justice. Got it, big brother. Why don't the Yang family come to build the temple themselves? An immortal emperor asked. Because if they build it too well, it will arouse suspicion. The peak immortal emperor said indifferently, we just need to make it look and destroy it a little. Sigh, I didn't expect the lords to decide to let the Yang family go first instead of us. A mid-stage immortal emperor carrying a primal chaos divine stone said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Third brother, stop talking nonsense. We just need to carry out the Lord's orders. We won't forget about you, the peak immortal emperor said coldly. Got it, big brother. Third brother quickly apologized. Big brother looked at the temple and said, Have you moved that half of the statue here? Yes. An immortal emperor came with half of the statue. Its face had been destroyed by the claw marks. This was the heavenly god of justice, the statue of the ancient Yang Erling. Big brother, the primal chaos divine stones are ready. Should we send them to Heaven Realm? Third brother asked. Yes, we will be done by the time the Heaven Realm immortals get the primal chaos divine stones. By the time they arrive, we will have left. Big brother nodded and ordered, How are the preparations for the lords? The other immortals frowned. They will be here soon. But are we really going to let them stay here and wait for the immortals to come and kill them? This is Lord Immortal Spirit's order. Those lords have failed to transform and are no longer qualified to be part of the great primal chaos race. Big brother sneered. To us, although they are still lords, they are no longer important. You can vent your anger. Just don't go overboard. Thank you, big brother. The immortal emperors were overjoyed. They had always been slaves to the immortal spirits and had to serve the primal chaos beasts as food. After so many years, they had long been suppressing their anger. However, they did not dare to resist because they would only be eaten. Now that the primal chaos beasts had failed to transform, they were no longer fit to be their rulers. They had also been chased out of the primal chaos race by the immortal spirits. Their final purpose was to wait for death here and offer up their last bit of value. After the temple was built, Big Brother's expression was solemn. He placed the statue and set up an immortal formation. There was a hidden space under this temple. Not long after, a peak immortal emperor arrived. Behind him, there were many monsters that had no intelligence. They were called monsters because some of these creatures had hands, but they had the bodies and heads of the primal chaos beasts. Some had the heads of humans, but the bodies and claws of the primal chaos beasts. This was not a transformation technique, but a failed transformation. Jiang Changkong could feel the aura of immortals from these claws and heads. They were similar to the incarnations of immortal spirits. These were immortal spirits that had failed to transform. Immortal spirits are transformed from primal chaos beasts. Then, what method did they use to transform? Jiang Changkong muttered to himself as he communicated with Lu Qian. Lu Qian pondered. I'm not sure. The primal chaos beasts are endless. If this transformation technique is not destroyed, the immortal spirits cannot be killed. Although these things are a little ugly, there are many of them and they are not weak. Jiang Changkong looked at the group of monsters and sneered. Let me be a good person and save all of them. I will bring them back to the heavenly realm to kill them. Up to you. But I think you can return to the heavenly realm directly from here, Lu Qian said calmly. They want to attract the immortal gods of the heavenly realm, so they will definitely leave a spatial immortal formation. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. We will see. It is still a little dangerous to return to the heavenly realm now. How is your research going? I am about to succeed. Give me 2 more days. Chapter 755. After the temple was built, there were a total of 15 immortal emperors, including the one who sent the failed immortal spirits. They brought the products of the failed transformations into the space below the temple. Jiang Changkong followed secretly. This space was a broken little world that they had modified into a nest. The remnant power of time was here. It's done, Boss said after checking. Bang! One of the immortal emperors sent a monster flying and smiled sinisterly. It's time to vent. That's right, it's time to vent. The other immortal emperors attacked. Some even took out immortal artifacts to tear apart the monster's defenses. Primal chaos blood gurgled out. The damaged, failed product let out a mournful roar. Looking at you is like looking at me in the past, an immortal emperor said coldly. Which of the 15 immortal emperors hadn't been killed before? Although they had no memories of their deaths, they knew from the other immortals. Just don't kill them, Boss said calmly. He took out an immortal artifact and stabbed it into the body of a peak immortal emperor. Roar! The painful roars made them almost go crazy. All of them screamed in agitation. Pucci! Until a sharp claw pierced through their bodies. It opened its bloody mouth and bit off their heads. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had immortal spirit stones on them. Why would these monsters attack them? Jiang Changkong watched coldly and didn't interfere. The monsters tore at them as if they had gone mad. Primal chaos power and immortal power collided in this place. The 15 immortal emperors were caught off guard and were all injured. They wanted to open the formation and leave this space, but there were too many monsters and they drowned them. The monsters only ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. Severed limbs were scattered on the ground. Immortal spirits didn't want them to leave alive. Lu Qian said coldly, "It'll be more realistic for those with ancient, immortal bloodlines to die here, right?" Jiang Changkong said coldly. Lu Qian's expression was cold. "That's right. How can there be no corpses in a huge battle?" Jiang Changkong's divine power turned invisible and filled the space. He felt the remnant power of time. Combined with the remnant power of time, the recording will be even more perfect. That's right. At that time, the ancient immortal gods will fight the immortal spirits and the primal chaos beasts. The return of the Yang family's bloodline is a respectable family in the entire heaven realm. Lu Gan said coldly. This was paving the way for the return of the ancient bloodline. It would not be easy for them to return to the sect and become ancestors. Many immortals and gods did not recognize them. However, if one were to come here and see everything here, it would be completely different. All the immortals and gods had to respect them. If they were to spread the news to the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, their status would be unimaginable. At that time, if they had enough strength, they might really be able to start anew. Of course, this was also very difficult. The 4 sky emperors wouldn't allow it. Jiang Changkong watched as the 15 immortal emperors died, but he didn't make a move. The formation rippled, and a blurry figure arrived. From the indistinct aura, Jiang Changkong knew that this was an immortal venerate. Fortunately, this celestial sovereign did not notice him. The celestial sovereign inspected this place and let out a strange roar. The monsters obediently parted, very obedient. After collecting the spatial equipment of the 15 immortal emperors, the celestial sovereign left. Soon, the immortals and gods of the heaven realm would come. He could not stay any longer. Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry to appear. Instead, he counted the monsters here. There were 50 immortal emperors, 1 early-stage immortal reverend, 400 immortal kings, and 1,100 immortal monarchs. This was truly a fortune. Bringing these beasts back, in addition to the resources in the demon emperor's hands, had already exceeded the essence, energy, and spirit required for mystic arts. The immortal spirits had really given him a huge gift this time. The immortal spirits that failed to transform were definitely not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. After dealing with them, he would definitely be able to obtain the power of heaven. Quickly collecting these monsters, Jiang Changkong was full of energy. Lu Gan continued to study the immortal emperors and did not disturb Jiang Changkong. After collecting these monsters, Jiang Changkong merged into the void and hid where the remnant power of time was. Lu Gan suddenly said, "Why don't you leave some information too?" "What information?" Jiang Changkong was puzzled. "Information about you. Heavenly God of Justice, Jiang Changkong." Lu Gan smiled. "Forget it. If they see it, they will definitely guess that I have been here." "It will be troublesome then," Jiang Changkong said. Lu Gan thought about it and said, "Then change your name. When I am done, you can disguise yourself as a member of the Yang family and return." "That is feasible. What should I leave? Jiang Changkong asked. Right, that heavenly god of justice's successor, Yang Yushu, will eventually return. Lu Gan said coldly, this place can pave the way for them, and it can pave the way for you. Okay. Jiang Changkong thought about it and left this sentence on the primal chaos divine stone. After leaving it, Jiang Changkong asked, what is the meaning of this Yang Yushu? There is no meaning. It is just the hollow jade palace. Lu Gan said with some nostalgia. It was the holy palace of the sage. Unfortunately, it was taken away. Jiang Changkong knew about the hollow jade palace, but it was no longer in this world, so he couldn't be bothered to care. He merged with heaven and earth and waited patiently. Soon immortals would arrive. Over at the heavenly realm, a lot of chaos divine stones had appeared. His secondary body had also obtained one. These primal chaos divine stones all pointed to a ruin. All the major factions sent their experts over. The strongest was an early-stage celestial venerable, and the weakest was a peak celestial emperor. They entered the chaos together, found the primal chaos divine stone hut, and teleported out. They appeared outside the palace and looked at the dilapidated temple and the broken statue. They could vaguely recognize it as the Statue of Justice. Could it be that this was left behind by the ancient heavenly god of justice? And Celestial Emperor said in surprise. Let's take a look, the Demon Emperor said indifferently. He knew the way to open this place, the broken statue. Sun Wuxuan followed beside him, carrying his metal staff. He looked around but didn't find anything noteworthy. There was nothing in the entire temple except the broken statue. The Demon Emperor accidentally touched the statue, and the immortal formation fluctuated, revealing an entrance. Let's go in and take a look. The immortals looked at each other and entered the space. They covered their bodies with immortal energy, ready for any danger. However, to their surprise, there was no danger. There was nothing in the empty space. The broken limbs on the ground had been cleaned up by Jiang Changkong. This is an empty ruin. The immortals were a little depressed. They had come all the way here, but it was empty? Let's look around, the Demon Emperor said indifferently and left first. Sun Wuxuan hurriedly followed him. Demon Emperor, be careful. Wait for me. Although it looked empty, who could guarantee that there was no danger in the dark? He had to protect the Demon Emperor. He couldn't let anything happen to him. The other celestial emperors also spread out to search. The leading celestial venerable scanned the entire space. Soon, someone exclaimed, "Come quickly, there is a message here." The immortals hurried over. The Demon Emperor smiled. They were looking for the message left by the main body.